That's the shofar.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes. Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant. Shalom, handsome young man. Shalom. Good to see you.
We must not eat pork, because pork is doing the opposite of purifying the temple. It is unpurifying the temple. How you must not eat blood, because it is unpurifying the temple. But and also lots of other things too. And you must not eat prawns, because they dispurify the temple. But you should eat vegetables and fruits, as they purify the temple.
I receive. We receive.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Shama!
Repent, Israel, turn back to Yah in captivity. Your power, Yah, Elohim, our power is Echad, is one. You know who said that? Yahusha.
Shimmer, shimmer. Shimmer, shimmer, shimmer. Say shimmer, shimmer, shimmer. Shimmer, shimmer, shimmer. Say shimmer, Israel. Shimmer, Israel. Say shimmer, Israel. Shema Israel. Say Shema, Shema, Shema. Shema, Shema, Shema. Jasmine Davis, thank you. Say Shema, Shema, Shema. Shema, Shema, Shema.
Shalom, shalom.
Say Shema Israel.
All 12 tribes and
Shema Israel.
Shalom.
Shema Israel.
What are my spiritual gifts?
Shema Israel.
We all have different gifts.
And one of the scribes, he asked him, right when they were trying to entrap him, which of the commandments surpassed him? Yeshua said, Shema, then added it. I'll give you your first indicator. Ahava, Abba, who made you, with everything that you were made of. No other commandment is greater. The scribe replied, my more, you're right, no other's more holy. Yahya, Yah, and Yahweh. Ashadarim has just as much glory. Yahuwah and Cotton besides him. Ahava, your neighbor is priceless. No others before were more righteous. Burnt offerings, no sacrifices.
You have to have a little light, let it shine. And that little light will get you through.
Especially now that your 400 years of oppression and slavery has come into an end.
I'm trying to help the world while I sin. People try to run and get from the back of the book. There ain't no book what you can learn from the back of the book.
My Abba, Yah. He wrote the Torah. He made the Tanakh for us to follow. And if we're not, we suffer the wrath. Hamis by Yah must follow Yah. My Abba, Yah. He wrote the Torah. He made the Tanakh for us to follow. Todah Rabbah. Hamis by Yah. We sing the Shema to honor Yah.
You know, the Hebrew Israelite dynasties and the Ghana and the Mali dynasties, like they basically descended from that empire that was all Hebrew Israelites. And then, but people don't really know that you also have Israelites in Central Africa, like in the Congo, with the Congo people, and then Angola, and then the Iwando, and then the Cameroon with the Tikar and the Babenki and the Bamaleke and the Douala and the Bassa. And if you keep going down to the Tutsis and the Hereros, and you go to the Xhosa and the Zulus and the Shonas and the Ewe and the Chuas, and the Yaos, and even if you start going to East Africa, you just run into Kenya. You got the Kikuyu, you got the Kisi, you got the Kamba, you got the Luya, and Tanzania, you got the Sukuma. I mean, the Baptist people are all over the place. So we have different tribes in Africa.
These were the holy cells for our Hebrew relatives who have been scattered to the four corners of the world.
So we have different tribes in Africa they go by different names. They have different language dialects. They're sometimes grouped under families. So we already know about the Ibibio, Efek, and Calabar. You got the Igbos, of course, people know the Yorubas, the Edo, Bini people in southwest eastern Nigeria. You also have the Ewe, you have the Kabye people, which is the northern part of Togo. The southern part, you have mostly Ewe, and then you have the Fon or the Fanti, you have the Ga, you have the Ashanti, and you have the Akons that are in Ivory Coast. I mean, you have the Temne, you have the True, the Kru tribes that are over in Sierra Leone, Liberia, the Bassa, the Mosi tribe in Burkina Faso. When you start to go over to Gambia, of course, you got the Orgini of Gambia, you have the Mende, larger tribe. And then you have the Wolof and the Serer and the Tukulur and the tribes in that area, and the Soninke tribes that are over in Senegal, Gambia, Mauritania, Mali, and even in Niger, they got some tribes. I think it's called the Zerma tribe in Niger. They descended from the Songhai dynasty. When I started reciting DNA of these tribes too, the DNA is a whole other level that I go into that really opens the eyes.
This is a gift from the Most High, Israel. Yashin Star, Yashin Star, Israel. From the Most High, Israel. Yashin Star to you, Israel. From the Most High.
You cannot achieve peace with anyone unless you balance, if you will, the scales.
Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. There's only one God. Peace.
Shema Israel, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Melech Olam, Bohinanu, Bohinanu. Hashem, Hashem, Bohinanu, Bohinanu. Hashem, Hashem, Bohinanu, Bohinanu. Hashem, Hashem, Bohinanu, Bohinanu. Hashem, Hashem.
Shalom.
Shalom.
To the 12 tribes of Israel.
Wake up, people. We're the chosen people.
That's what I get. That's exactly what I get for not switching it back to this view. I had the I had the full screen of the other thing on the screen. Hold on. I didn't even have the comments. I know everybody like, you muted, Unc, you muted, Unc. Hopefully y'all can hear me now. Okay. All right. So y'all let me know if y'all can hear me now. Okay. My y'all said okay. All right. I apologize. I said Shema Yasharal. I said Shema is the modern Hebrew word or Paleo Hebrew word for listen. I said it's actually Shama Yah. So they singing in that song in the video you just saw, Shema Israel, right? That Shema means Shama Yah. Shama means hear, listen, observe. It means to hearken to the word of the Most High. So that's what they're saying, Shema. So what they're singing is Shema Israel, Yahweh Elohehu, Yahweh. So what they're saying, guys, is Shema Yah, listen, Yasharal, Ya'ayah Alayaha, Ya'ayah Ahad. So that's the original one I just spoke, is the original Hebrew for hear, O Yasharal. Hear, O children of the Most High Yah. Hear, you so-called black people. Hear, you other Gentiles who hearken to the Most High. Hear, the Most High, our Creator, is one. That's what that means. It says Shema Yasharal, Ya Alayaha, Ya Ahad. That's the original Hebrew for hear, children of Yah. The Most High, our Creator, is one. Okay? And I'll be teaching y'all the original Hebrew on this channel. The first lesson is already up on the channel. It's Hebrew lesson 1. Hebrew lesson 2 is coming, and that's when I'm going to start breaking down. The first letter is the alayaf in the Hebrew. Y'all will understand our tongue that was taken from us. So tonight, it's going to be a deep one. Tonight is going to be a doozy. Tonight is a doozy, guys. Tonight, we're going to find out. A lot of us are going to find out. It's going to be a very tough one. So y'all going to have to put your big girl panties and box drawers on, pull them up, because you're going to hear something that happened to the so-called black people around the world that's going to be very graphic in detail, as this ancient book, these people who witnessed it, the people who were there. One of the books we're going to read from tonight is written in the 1600s. Another one's in the 1700s. And they're telling the history of what happened to the so-called black people. This one was another slavery. This one they don't tell you about. This one, I want to ask a question to everybody. Let me see. Y'all know what the tribe of Judah is, right? I don't want to say this word because they'll strike our channel. The tribe of Judah people, that's not really the tribe of Judah, that converted, y'all know what I'm talking about. Those people. Have you ever heard, any of y'all ever heard those converts, right? The converted people who stole the identity of the tribe of Judah. Let's just keep it 110, right? We ain't say nothing. We ain't say nobody, right? Have y'all ever heard them ever say that they were sold into slavery into Africa? All right? Now, y'all ponder on that question for a second. Have y'all ever heard those people who they really don't say they're the tribe of Judah? Y'all know what I mean, right? All right. Yeah, the false tribe of Judah. There you go. Now, yeah, there you go. Thank you. That helped out. Let me write that because I'm probably going to be saying that a couple of times tonight. The false tribe of Judah. Have y'all ever heard the false tribe of Judah, those who claim, what Mashiach say? Those who claim they are the tribe of Judah but are not, but are of the synagogue. I ain't say it. Read your Bible. No wonder they don't like Mashiach. Oh, that part. All right. The false tribe of Ya'ada. Ya'ada is the original Hebrew for Judah. Ya'ada, tribe of Ya'ada. Right? So the original Hebrew for his name is Ya'ayah. The paleo is Ya'ua. That's what's on my shirt. And the paleo is Ya'uda for Judah. But that ain't original Hebrew. All right. So All right. So now, have anyone ever heard them say that they were sold into slavery into Africa? Wyatt said, I've never even heard them say they were ever sold into slavery. That's an interesting one. I didn't never hear that either. But just in case, just in case. Yagna said negative. Maya said not. No. Diana said no. All right. All right. So now, Shalom, everybody worldwide. Shalom, everybody joining in. Sorry, it's too many comments. You already got hundreds of comments already. I can't scroll up. All right. So now, because I'm going to point this out, what y'all going to find out in the book, the first thing when we start, I'm going to show y'all, Shabbat Shalom, Victorious Ron. I'm going to show y'all the first thing I'm going to do is show y'all in these books. I'm going to go through about 3 books and just do a little paragraph and let these ancient writers from the 1600s, 1500s, 1700s tell y'all who was there, who these people that they're describing. They're going to describe them. They're going to call them Negroes. So it won't be no, how that other I'd rather be failed and Justin Canaanite dude was coming in here mad when I was talking about the Jacobites and he was talking about the kings of Europe. They weren't black. They weren't black. They weren't black. Y'all also going to find out the Moors. Y'all going to find out where the Moors really stood. So I've been, Taj Baliyasi, Yana Pa said, said, L no. So I've been saying throughout some of these other historical lessons, tonight is a deep history class. Taj, we're going to get some questions answered tonight, Taj. You're going to like this, Elder. We're going to get some things answered tonight. We're going to plug some pieces. We're going to plug some more pieces in the real story puzzle. Not his story, the real story, our story, the truth story. We're going to put some more pieces on that board, on that puzzle board. All right? Oh yeah, it's going to be a dope one tonight. It's going to get heavy too, because it's going to get heavy. It's going to get so heavy, some of y'all going to be grossed out, but I'll give y'all a warning before the grossed out parts come. Before we get to the things that's going to have y'all like squirming in your seat a little bit, I'll let y'all know y'all might want to not watch this part. All right. So now we're going to, when I first start right now, I'm going to open up. I'm going to let my brothers and sisters to join me let me let them join me now. I don't want to I'm all big on everybody's screen or around the world. I don't like all that. Y'all don't know I don't like attention. Y'all have no idea. I know y'all like, what do you mean you don't like attention? I do not like attention. I'm the dude in the shadows. This is the most high that put me on Front Street like this. Y'all better know. Y'all just don't know. This is not I do not want to be on front of nobody's camera. I spent my whole life in the streets not taking pictures. I don't be on nobody's camera, none of that. So the little pictures I got over the years, I could have millions of pictures. So the little pictures y'all see me show on my 25 to Life channel where I tell my testimony of my life. Those are the pictures that my people, my girl or somebody took. Like, man, we spent my whole life in the shadow. They used to call me Secret Squirrel. Like but now the most I got me on Front Street. All right, so let me get myself off this big screen. Invite, give me a second. See, right now I'm trying to cover my face. That's my Ryak, that's my spirit. I'm sitting up here like, let me get because I just realized that I'm probably at people's home just as big. I'm like, you do this all the time. It never gets, I'm not okay with it, just so y'all know. I know y'all don't know that. I know y'all like, that's impossible. The Most High, you want to make the Most High laugh? Tell him your plan. Another one, he said, I guess he wants to say it, and fool, you about to be a teacher too. Like, because I never wondered, if y'all only knew what I used to tell people in my ex and I like anybody, I said, a teaching, ain't nobody got no patience to be teaching nobody nothing. If I did, it'd be an advanced course, definitely not teaching people the basics. I don't believe I'm a teacher. Oh my goodness, he got me teaching history now. He didn't turn me into a history teacher. They told my son, won't he do it? Yeah, he will. He'll do it against your own will too. he'll do it without you agreeing. Without you like, what? Oh my goodness. That's why the scripture says hear and do. Just do what the Most High says. But against your own will. Father, may your will be done. All right, let me turn my mic down a little because I'm definitely going to get loud tonight. Yo. Oh, that's too low. Let me go a little louder. Yo. All right, hold on. Let me talk the way I might talk. Yeah, and. That's, yep, I can go up a little more. Y'all let me know if it peaked later. Yo. All right. Yeah. All right. There we go. All right. We cooking with olive oil. All right. My brother, Young Humpty from California, he said he liked when I said it. He said, I'm using that cooking with olive oil. All right. So, all right, let me let daughter of Yah, Shalayam, Taj Balayah, Yana Powell, Oka, California, Taj Shalayam, Ayashi Yah, youngest daughter of Yah in the ministry. All right. So we are going to we're gonna get started. All right. So, okay, what I was saying. So we're going to open in a second. I'm gonna open like 2 or 3 books just to have the authors of the books tell y'all who they're talking about. Because if I don't do that, once we get into this history of our people that they hid, you're going to find out, like, you're going to think, as we read this, you're going to be thinking it's those, the fake tribe of Judah. You're going to be thinking it's those who converted. Because that's what I did as I was reading and putting all this study together for the last hours. I've been up for a while, had 3 hours of rest, but got to get this work in, right? I as I was putting all this work in and reading, I'm like, man, we've been so brainwashed to not know our history that when we really hear it, we won't believe it. It's a spirit. It's a rayach. It's a dark spirit that's over us because of the curses that we placed on our ancestors placed on us for transgressing the Most High. Y'all gonna hear some of the darkest things, but guess what? This is prophecy. Y'all gonna hear these people, they call them they don't call them Negroes. They call them what they say in that book. They call them the tribe of Judah. Y'all know the letter J, the letter E, the letter W, and the letter S. That's what they call them in the book. And they send them into slavery into the west coast of Africa. They send them to the Luengo coast. They send them to St. Tome. They're going to tell you Angola, but they're going to tell you who they sent. And they're going to tell you what happened to them. Now, that's why I started off, I said, do those people who claim the tribe, to steal the identity of the tribe of Judah, do they ever say they was enslaved in Africa? Do they ever in their history say they went into slavery in Africa? They can't. You know why they don't? Because it's impossible. That would spoil the whole, that would spoil the whole ruse. That would spoil the whole hijack. Because everyone would be like, that's an impossibility. They can't. So what they do is they actually ignore this part of history. Sister Linda Llewellyn, this part of history is going to tie into her question. Tonight, we're going to find out what our ancestors did, how they lived, how they prospered, how they even got, listen, bougie, bad and bougie. Oh, our ancestors got bad and bougie. Yeah, they start feeling themselves. They also started to worship money. They started to become rich. So they put on airs. Their nose got up in the air. They became haughty. Yeah. To the common people started to dislike them because they liked flashy, nice things. They started to build these big estates and castles and drive, let's say, if we do modern day, they was driving Bentleys and Mercedes Benzes, and while the common people started to go into the dark ages when a plague hit, and they called it the Black Plague. And guess who they said the reason why they call, y'all going to find out, the Black Plague, because they said these black people are the ones, and it wasn't true. They knew it wasn't true. But our people became bad and bougie. You're going to hear them, you're going to hear some horrible stuff that happened to them, but you're going to know this aligns with prophecy of the Bible. So as I'm going to remind you as we go through with the clips that, guys, this is prophecy. So it's going to tug on your heartstrings, but it's prophecy. This part of history has been like not even white. Well, it's been whitewashed too, but it's been basically removed for the most part. Because if they leave this part in, it ties in everything. These people got sent to the west coast of Africa. Then they got sent later to America and the Caribbean and stuff. All right. This one's going to fill in a lot of your history. Now, they got bougie and haughty. They also, Elder Taj, we also are going to get a tie-in that they were also worshiping the law of Moses. We're going to find out. They were also worshiping the Talmud, our ancestors, and the Mishnah. They had got this stuff from the converts from back in 70 AD and before 70 AD. And when our ancestors spoke up in Matthew 27 and said, kill him, give us Barabbas, when they killed the Mashiach, what they call Jesus in the English transliterated tongue, when they said, kill him and give us Barabbas, there was Pharisees and Sadducees, and there were the Mashiach said, I know you. It was our people, and those were converting these other people from this Germanic land. Those are the people, the fake tribe of Judah, from Khazaria and Kazakhstan and Bulgaria, these Eastern European nations who converted under King Bulan and these Ashkenaz. Okay, these are from the tribe of Japheth. Ashkenaz is Japheth's bloodline, not Shem, Sham. Ham, Shem, and Japheth, Noah's 3 sons. Shem, the middle son, is where these letter J, letter E, the real tribe of Judah come from. You're going to see this. All right. So I want you to give y'all that foundation. And then now, Shalom, Fatima, Yah. Now I got to walk this down because there's so many pieces to this puzzle. So I got, okay, so this book, okay, I'll come back to that. That one says, what's that say? Is be like, okay, that's one, page 574. I says, I got start with this. All right, let me just do that. It says start with this over here. So I'm going to start with this one. This book, and we're going to go to page 57. And then this book, it says go to page 32. This is to have y'all, and I'm probably going to screenshot it. So when we in other parts of the book, I have the screenshot to pop it up because there'll be new people coming on our live later on, and they won't know where we at. So I'll be popping it back and forth. I got a mighty work to do tonight. All right. So let's we're going to, let me go to this book first. Okay. So let me bring this. Let me move. How can I grab it? I need to grab it first of all. All right, let me just, there we go. Stop that. Move it over here. Make it smaller. Shabbayat Shabbayam, everyone. Happy Sabbath day for the English transliterated tongue. You're gonna go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yasha's
Somebody's
back
back.
to you.
Okay, I was about to say that stuff. Shalom, Yasha, and Ahavaya. and Yana and Naya and Yara and Yama Yarel and Yaramayaha. Shalom. And to the birds and and to your birds. All right. Birds be loud. We probably so tonight is going to be a lot of reading. So hopefully if Hakiyama gets off work early enough, if she can join, she can help me read. Because Yasha is going to get tired. It's because it's a lot of reading. I might even get tired. So he said he's up. Okay. So yeah, it's a lot of reading. All right. So we're going to find out our history tonight. I was very impressed. Okay, so let me see. What is the title? There we go. This one first. Let me click it. Make sure it doesn't close. Got to be careful with that. All right. And then we're going to go to page 57. But first, before I do that, I'm a let's see. That's page 78. Why is it there? That's because I was reading so much. All right. So I'm going to go to 50. Before I do that, I'm going to go to the first page. And the 57. Oh, I think because it might have been off. Let me make sure that it's not off first. Oh, no, this says 78, 78. Okay, that's good stuff. Look at this one. Says this one is horrible. Yeah, that's because I think this is where I stopped. This, what happened to our ancestors was really bad, guys. Let me write that down. Page 78. Page 78. I don't want y'all to know what that is. All right. So let me go. I'm going to show y'all the first page of the book, the cover, so y'all can know what book we're reading from, and everybody can, at home can see. All right. So give me a second. So this ancient book. All right. So now I'm I didn't favorite it. Let me favorite this book first of all. I thought I favored it. All right. So now the title. Oh, thank you. The thumbnail. Freemasons, the Black people, the Israelites, and the Moors. Ancient books expose all history told. Okay, thank you, Larry. Yeah. Let me do the thumbnail really quick first. Always got to do the thumbnail. All right, so to bring context to the study tonight. All right, so let me go back. Quick access. Where my thumbnail? There you go. Make it big. Bang. Come back to you guys. Present. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. All right. This is the thumbnail. So it says Masons. That's the Freemasons. The Moors. This is a Black Moor. So throughout, what the world is doing is they trying to replace our history and give it all to the Moors. Right? Don't they look just like us? Yeah. But you're going to find out that these Moors ain't us. And what they did to us, you're going to find out tonight. I've been talking about it, but now I'm going to show y'all the proof in the ancient books. All right? So this is a Moor. They were in these lands with us, but we got there first. I'm going to show y'all tonight in these ancient, these scholars, these people who witnessed this, they spoke of what they saw and what happened. They're going to show, so the Moors, it's not that the Moors were still in our history, it's that the people who wanted to erase the tribe of Judah's identity replaced our history and gave it to the Moors and said it was all them and replaced us. All right? So thank you, Young Wyatt. He put Shabbat Shalom to Ankh and the whole assembly, the Most High Yah and his chosen people, whether they be natural branch or grafted in. I don't know what THW means because I'm a little too old for that. I don't know what that means. All right. But thank you for the donation, Young Waya. All right. So this, and thank you, Laria. She said, nice thumbnail. And so this is, and then he meant to put the, oh, okay. All right. And this is over here. Hold on, let me move mine's over because I can't see what y'all see. All right. And over here, it says, let me show you this one first. That's the dollar bill, right? Dollar bill, y'all. Right? That's the dollar bill, right? And y'all know that eye on that pyramid, right? And there's 13 brick steps up. It's 13 flags, 13, we'll do all that another time, right? And Novus Ordo Seclorum and all that, right? So y'all already know that this is a Masonic symbol. This is the Egyptian pyramid, the Eye of Horus, right? And Thoth and Thot and all that type of stuff. This ain't nothing but Baal. This ain't nothing but Hashtan's, this is the adversary, right? And then this Masonic emblem, right? They usually have the G there, but in this one they got the I with the pyramid. So I thought that would be better to put there with the dollar bill. So it says the Masons, the Moors, and us. So we're going to go into a deeper study another time because we're going to do more deep delving of the Masons. So we're going to go into deeper study of the Masons another time, but they're going to show you in this book the Masons and the Moors and us in these books. We got about 5 or 6 books we're going to open, all right? But we got one main one we're going to read from. All right, so that's the thumbnail, all right? And the title was Freemasons, the Israelites, the Moors, ancient books exposed, or history told. Let's go. Let go. All right, so stop sharing this, and let me go to the first book. So I can go here. All right, now let me share screen, present, share screen. I need to drink some water too. Bang, share. This is the book, one of the books. This is the first one we're going to open up right now. It's called The Tribe of Judah. All right, everywhere it says that word, y'all see it, right? Everywhere it says that word, I'm going to say Tribe of Judah. The Tribe of Judah, of Spain and Portugal, and the Inquisition. Now, we all heard, most of us, some of us in school heard of the Spanish Inquisition, but they ain't never told us that these were black people in the Spanish Inquisition. Y'all know they ain't never told us we was from Spain and Portugal. You're going to find out tonight. They're going to tell you, these writers, all right? You're going to, there goes Sister Linda Llewellyn. That's why I said this is going to tie into your question, Sister Linda Llewellyn. Not only when I answered your question about us, she's like, why are we repping Africa when we from Spain and Portugal? And I told her, we're going to find out. They're going to tell us how we got, which I already broke down, but they're going to say how we got into Spain. And one of them was Nebuchadnezzar, right? One of the Persian Titus. We got into Spain, right? Then how we got into Portugal. This book going to tell us how we got to Spain, France, and slid up into Europe. But in Spain and Portugal is where we had our kingdoms. And then it's going to tell us how the Moors came into Spain and Portugal after us. Okay? Then it's going to tell what happened. And they're going to show us how we got into the west coast of Africa. Now, it says, this book is written in 1828. It says the tribe of Judah, of Spain and Portugal, and the Spanish Inquisition. In this Spanish Inquisition, we're going to find out this is when they converted us to Christianity by death, by torture, by death. Now, you're going to find the first-hand accounts of what our ancestors did and said. And this is for all of us. I used to be in Christianity. This is for all of us who think that we were Christians. We weren't. It was by death. You're going to hear the most abominable acts by what you would call Christians. but it has nothing to do with Jesus, because their Jesus spoke out against this kind of behavior. Kill people, burn them, like torture them, massacre them, because they won't believe in your Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Oh yeah, y'all gonna hear them say it in this. Oh, we about to get our history tonight. All right, so I'm gonna showing y'all this book right here. I'm just touch on some, because I wanna bring, and this is the right here. This is the let's scroll down. This is we're gonna open this book up together, right? Scrolling down. Hold on, let's let it load. The tribe of Judah of Spain and Portugal. Oh, let me make it bigger. Let me make it bigger for the people with the little phones. The little phone people at home with the phones. All right. All right, there you go. Abiyah, is that good for the people at home with the little phones? All right. Yes, Christianity came from Catholicism. The meaning of Catholic means universal, and that's what it is, Roman Catholicism. You're going to see it tonight. But they're going to call it Catholic, but they're going to call it Christianity as well. But listen, this is going to be really good. All right, so now, let me scroll down some more. All right. The Tribe of Judah of Spain and Portugal and the Inquisition by Frederick David Makata, 1877, London. So now we're going to look what he says. The position of the tribe of Judah in Spain and Portugal during a great part of the Middle Ages, that's the Dark Ages, forms an exceptionally bright spot in their dark and checkered history and develops some striking intellectual moral features in an age, listen, when a great part of what now constitutes civilization, it was wrapped in mental darkness. These are the Dark Ages. So they're telling you, listen, the favorite position of the tribe of Judah in the Iberian Peninsula, which is called Spain now, in Portugal, this was the peninsula, Iberia Peninsula, induced a vast Hebrew population to settle there. All right. And although, hold on, it became evident after a time that their prosperity, they prospered. Our ancestors was rich. They become wealthy. They were the financiers and the bankers. They were the Moors came over and they became the agriculturalists. They were the doctors, medicine. Okay, you're going to find this out. It says, and although it became evident after a time that their prosperity, attracting as it did the jealousy of the bulk of people, will lead to their ultimate ruin. Our ancestors got bougie. They literally got, so when the other people in the Middle Age, the Dark Ages, were debasing and lowered and poor and hungry, our ancestors was driving in like Rolls Royces with the drop top. They had bad and bougie. drop top rolls with an Uzi, right? And then they took on heirs. But how soon they forget it's a prophecy of curses. Like, y'all gonna watch, as we go through our ancient history, y'all gonna watch the curses pursue our ancestors in Spain and Portugal and France and Europe and Jacobite, all through. Some of this stuff coincide with the Jacobite era. You're going to find out in 1492, when Christopher Columbus was sent from Spain, that's when we was being tortured in Spain. Oh, man. It's going to be a good one. Shalom, brother Tehran. Tehran, I'm not sure if it's a male or a female. Tehran, I don't want to mistake. Shalom, Tehran. All right. So it says, And although it became evident after a time that their prosperity, attracting as it did the jealousy of the bulk of people, would lead to their ultimate ruin. All right. This could only be effected in a long and gradual manner and could only be consummated by a cruel and violent measure. Their forced expulsion, meaning removal from Spain, expulsed. All right. The struggles of the Mohammedans, that's the Muslims. This is the Ishmaelites. These are the Moors. All right. So now I'm going to, hold on. Let me just take a little quick. Sorry, God. I just arised from a little 3-hour nap to prepare for this. Now, when we read in these books, the Mohammedans, this is what they call the Moors because the Moors were Islamic. They were Ishmaelite. Well, the Moors were more than just Ishmaelite. They were also Hamitic too. But a lot of the Moors were Ishmaelite as well. But they call them Mohammedans in this time, but they're going to also call them the Moors. So it says the struggles of the Mohammedans, the Moors, and the Christians for supremacy had for centuries excited the minds of these Spaniards and imbued them with a crusading spirit which would tolerate no dissonance in matters of religion. So you're going to see, we're going to find out, it's going to show how the Roman Catholics sided with the Moors, the Mohammedans, to go against us. Okay? And that's going to explain this picture right here. All right, let's do it. Stop share. Let's walk it on down. Come on, y'all. Help me walk it on down, Father. Let's go. All right, it's going to be one tonight. It's going to be one tonight, guys. Window. Share. Now, I broke this down on another study. This is Portugal. This is the expulsion. This ain't the full picture. I was looking for the full picture. So the full picture, well, there you go. There you go. That's a Moor. Remember, we broke that down on this horse. He's black. This is the I forgot what this is called. I was looking for the full picture with all of it, but I broke this down in the video. They're rounding up our ancestors. See him? They got a torture device on his head. That's blood coming from, see all that coming down? Let me see how y'all see it at home. See if it's bigger on the screen. I can make it bigger. See all that coming down? That's blood in this portrait. Blood coming down, right? See that black woman with the baby? They're rounding up. This one right here, where is this one? We're the one where they show him beating him in the head this ain't the full picture. I was trying to find it, but I was rushing to get started. It's all right. Guys, if somebody can find me the full picture, could y'all please send it? Let me know in the chat. Y'all help me out, Mashiach Assembly. Try to find the full picture of this because I'm going to need it as we go through this. Because that's this picture. This is when we went to Portugal. We got expulsed from Spain, but we had years, I think it's going to say about 50 years or less of prosperity in Portugal. And they got really bougie in Portugal. Our ancestors is a mess. They got super bougie in Portugal. All right. And this the gathering up, the slaughter, and these people got sent. All right. So anyway, I wanted to show that. So let me stop sharing that. Let me come back to this book, and then let me get to let's get rocking and rolling. Present, share screen, bang, share. Did it get smaller? It looked like it did. Make it a little bigger. Oh, it didn't get smaller. Okay. All right. So now let's go. All right. So I'm gonna go to page 57 because we still walking it down. I want to show y'all something. So we go scroll on down, page 5136. Let it catch up. Okay, you can do it. You can do it. Come on. All right, let's let it catch up. So first thing I'm going to do is we're going to walk. Oh, it's messing with my internet now. Of course it is. Y'all let me know if I ever y'all can't hear me or if I break up. All right, now it's back. It should load. Come on, you can load. Come on, buddy. You got this. Come on. All right, while that's doing that, let me so I'm gonna show y'all certain pieces right now so you can know who they describe, who they talking about first. Before we go into other things, because if I don't do this, you're gonna think just like it just makes you believe this ain't us, right? Oh, come on, bro. Don't do this to me. All right, so now there we go. That took a while too. It doesn't never take that long. All right, but praise y'all, it worked. All right, so here we go. Yasha, can we? All right, watch this. Let me move it over a little bit. There we go. And that should be big enough for the people at home. We're gonna start right from here because I'm just touching on, we're just gonna show who these are. It says, Yasha, you want to read that? Thus Spain. And everywhere it says that J word, put tribe of Judah. Thus Spain was deprived of her large tribe of Judah population. All right, we're going to do that, do this. Okay? Oh, what happened? You sent it to my WhatsApp. Thank you, Nadia. Thank you, Young King. All right, let me open my WhatsApp. Hold on for a second. Because I'm going to come back to it, but I just want to get it all saved. I'm going to get it all locked in. So Nadia L. Dang, that's the picture. Come on, Nadia L. Let's go, Young King. Now let me crop it. Control S. Let me cut it. Bang. 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 And then open it up. Save it here. Save. Oh, I should put that. No, sorry guys, I need to save that because later I would have wished I did it. Let me save it into my ancient history folder. Ancient, come on guys, where are you? Ancient Black history. No, ancient history. Bang. Stop spinning, come on. Come on. Oh, they're messing with my energy. All right, save. Bang. Close it. Bang. Close that. Bang. Close WhatsApp. Bang. Sorry, guys. Go to here and then open it up. All right. So now I'll come back to that. Now I can come back to that. All right. Thank you, Nadia. So now let me come back to my tab. Yasha, when you ready, let's go.
Thus was Spain deprived of her large tribe of Judah population. The synagogues were purified and used as Christian churches. The vast sums of money which were owed to the tribe of Judah, and the still larger amounts which they were forced to leave behind them, found they were partly into the hands of their debtors, or still more into those of the sovereign. The chief professors of medicine were sent out of the country to the terrible inconvenience of the population and...
Pause. Is Yasha loud, guys? Is he loud like me? Or is he low? He is? Okay. My headphones is low then. Let me turn them up. All right. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. And y'all let me know. All right. So it says this, thus Spain was deprived of her large tribe of Judah population. The synagogues, our ancestors were ours. I didn't know this. Was using the Babylonian Talmud, Mishnah. They were in synagogues. They were basically, that's why I said when we go through this, you would think these are the fake tribe of Judah. You get what I'm saying? The converts. All right? You would think, L'Oreal say he's a little low for me. You would think they were them, right? But they weren't. All right. And we're going to find out a lot tonight. Now, it says the synagogues were purified. So our ancestors were worshiping in synagogue because they was from the tribe of Judah. They were Hebrews. And they had synagogues. And they took all their wealth, everything, and they turned them into Christian churches. All right. Shalom, Sister Phyllis Richards. And thank you for your donation on the last 25 to life. I have forgot to say it on the last 25 to life. So thank you, Sister Phyllis Richards. All right. So now listen, guys. Now everyone who used to be Christian or still are Christian, no disrespect, you're going to find out that they killed our ancestors to make them. They tortured them. That is not what's supposed to be Christianity. Now listen, the vast sums of money which were owed to our ancestors, because they were the financiers, the real estate developers, they were lending money out. They financed the whole of Spain and stuff. Even in the y'all I ain't gotta say it. We're gonna let them tell you later, right? So they owe large sums of money which they were forced to leave behind them. It found their way partly into the hands of those who they owed. So the money that people who owed them money, right? Like just say we owe for I know I do, my car note, right? And you might owe your rent, right? Or you might owe, right? We owe these things because we borrowed. So when they got exposed, kicked out, everything that was owed, those people were happy. They got their cars for free, their houses for free. All their stuff, they took it all. Now, it says partly the money and the large amounts of money and stuff was partly left into the hand of those who owed it, but still more of it was left to the sovereign. That's the churches and the Inquisition and the king and queen, Queen Isabella. Y'all gonna find out tonight. The chief professors of medicine were sent out of that country. Our ancestors were the doctors, to the terrible inconvenience of the population. So after they expelled our ancestors out of Spain, they started getting sick. They had no more doctors. They had no more, the wealth they started to go, and at the same time, the Black Plague was introduced through the whole of Europe. All right, so now it says, the chief professors of medicine were sent out of the country to the terrible inconvenience of the population, and trade and industry languished till they almost died out. So our ancestors were the ones that was building the industrial aspects of Spain, of Iberia, and trade, right? Commerce. It almost died out. The people started being, right? All right, go ahead, Yasha. Unfortunately,
at the time of the expulsion, the plague was raging in Castile, and the fugitives brought with them the disease, propagating it wherever they went, and not unnaturally causing their advent to be viewed with loathing and horror.
All right, pause. I'm just, remember, I just jumped to this part just because we about to show y'all who they talking about. I'm giving the receipts now before we get started. Now listen, when the King Isabella and them, when they got them out, y'all gonna find out how this happened. When they exposed them out of Spain, they went into Portugal. Some of them went into France. Some of them went into Italy, Venice and stuff, right? So, but most of them went into Portugal, almost all of them. But once it says, unfortunately, at the same time that the king and queen expelled them from Spain, the Black Plague was raging. This is the Dark Ages. It wiped out billions of people. I think it's billions. Y'all can look that up, how much the Black Plague wiped out. Hundreds of millions, right? All the darkness, they was in ignorance and all that anyway. Our ancestors were prospering. Now, this is our ancestors. Now, listen, this is the same time that the Jacobites was prospering in Europe. This ain't even the Jacobite. This is these are other tribes. Well, it's the tribe of Judah still, but these are not Jacobites. See, y'all, all the things in the history stuff we start to learn are going to all start to piece together. All right. Now, they were just as rich and wealthy as the kings, the Jacobites. They were everywhere that our ancestors went, they prospered. And they also had mad babies. They started to grow the population to the point where everyone started to get jealous. We start to outnumber the people there. So now, at the same time that they expelled them from Spain, the Black Plague was raging. And for those who know about the Black Plague, it was actually instituted from rats that came over on these ships, that these fools was stealing people in slavery and all this stuff they was doing. Charleon Wayne Williams, Brother Wayne. It was and they didn't know how to institute medicine, so they were bleeding people, meaning they thought if we bleed you, meaning if we just make you lose all your blood, that will help cure you. And that was killing people. It was, and they just really just needed some penicillin and stuff, right? They needed some antibiotics, right? But remember, this was the Dark Ages. So thank you, Brother Wayne. He said, hit the like button, please, everyone. So at the same time that they were expelling our ancestors, who were the doctors and stuff, the Black Plague was spreading. So what happened was the Black Plague spread so fast that everyone was getting it. So some of our ancestors who was going into Portugal and into France and stuff, they took the disease with them to those countries. So now it said they propagated it everywhere they was going. They was bringing, because at first nobody knew what the disease was. They didn't know they had it. So they was getting there and they were getting sick and it was spreading. And it says they propagated the Black Plague wherever they went, and not unnaturally causing their advent. So it says it wasn't unnatural that this would cause the people to view them with loathing and horror. Like, we don't want them here. Like, everywhere they go, they bring in this disease. Guys, this is how the disease got blamed on us. This is how it became the Black Plague. Because they said these Black tribe of Judah people spreaded it from Spain, which was kind of true, but it wasn't, it didn't come from us. Now listen, it says, wherever they went, and unnaturally, it caused their advent to be viewed with loathing and horror. The circumstance induced King John, that's King John of Portugal, to hasten their departure from Portugal. We're going to get there. I just jumped. We're going to go back. You're going to find out everything tonight. This is going to be really good. Now, yes, because of the expulsion. Now, they could have helped to heal it if they would have left them alone, our ancestors, the doctor, because you know why they were the doctors and how they did this magical healing? Because the herbs of the field shall be to you for healing. So they knew where the healing came from. But anyway, let's go back. Now it says, so I'm walking y'all because it's gonna tie in later. I'm just bringing y'all. I want y'all to see who they talking about, because when you hear this, you're gonna think it's talking about somebody else. They about to tell you exactly who these people are. Okay? They're going to describe them. All right? So it says, so at this point, King John from Portugal, he let them all in. He welcomed them in because he welcomed their finance. He welcomed their banking, their business advice. He welcomed their medicinal, the doctors, and he knew that it would prosper Portugal to have them. So they had a safe haven. But then once the plague started spreading and the people started to blame it on them, it hastened King John, their departure from Portugal. So now he said, Taj Bilal said 20 million people died during this so-called Black Plague. All right. Now, he said, now they got to get out of Portugal. All right. So he hastened fast. It hastened their departure from Portugal, for which purpose ships were duly provided according to the agreement. But such was the temper of the captains and the sailors that subjected the tribe of Judah to the hardest possible conditions. So King John of Portugal said, we got to get them out of Portugal. They're going to tell y'all where they sent them to. That's why I asked y'all. I said, do those people who claim the identity, right, of the tribe of Judah, do they ever tell you they went into slavery into Africa? No, they don't, because they can't. King John of Portugal is going to send these people, where they told you who they were, into Africa as slaves. All right, into Africa, first of all. All right, let's let them do it. I just want to, all right. So it says, so when he sent the ships, he gave these ships to this agreement. Y'all going to find out the agreement he made that he's sending them. They get, sorry, y'all got to go. And he sent ships, but the captains of the ships and the sailors, they subjected our ancestors, the tribe of Judah, to the hardest possible conditions. They plundered our ancestors of their goods and valuables, even down to their very clothes. They took everything they had, even their clothing. But this wasn't what the King John of Portugal wanted to happen to them. But once they got on those ships, all right? And they was on these ships going from Spain to Africa, all right? Now, to the west coast of Africa. Now, because Spain is up at the north, I think it's up at northeast, right? So they had to go all the way from the northeast, all the way around down to we're going to find that out. I was trying to, I couldn't find that. Can someone, Taj, or not y'all, somebody, can y'all find me a map? One that said, because I looked at my movie, I couldn't find it. I have it somewhere, I can't find it, of the Luango Coast. And a map of the Luango Coast on the west coast of Africa. I have it where it says the Luango Coast and it says St. Tome. I did it in my movie, but I tried to find it, but this class was starting and I didn't have time. I was trying to go through my movie and I couldn't find it. So if someone can find it for me, a picture, a copy of the Luango Coast, so I could show them the Luango Coast, St. Tome, exactly where this was, if y'all can find it. All right. So now it says the ships were duly, all right, so they plundered our ancestors of their goods and their valuables, even down to the very clothes. They took their clothes on these ships and landed them, all right, and landed them naked and bare of everything on barren points of the African coast, leaving them to die of starvation. Now that right there, that's why I opened this up and said, anybody tell me if those people who claim to be the tribe of Judah, y'all know what I mean, to be the letter J, the letter E, the letter W, and the letter S, did they ever say they were sent into slavery in Africa? No, and they can't, right? That would be an impossibility, right? You can't go into slavery in Africa. They've been and died from that sun the first day. The first day there, they'd have been dead. Oh, come on, now your L is on it. Thank you, young king. All right. So now it says they now remember these, what did it say? These people are, hold on, let me scroll up. The vast sums of money which were owed, Spain was deprived of her large tribe of Judah population. They were what? The chief professors of medicine. They were the large amounts of money that was owed, the vast sums of money which were owed to them. Right? All right. Hold on. So in Spain, all this, what were they sent? The captains and sailors subjected them, the tribe of Judah, to the hardest possible conditions. They plundered them of their goods and valuables, even down to their very clothes, and they landed them naked and bare of everything on barren points of the African coast, leaving them to die of starvation or to be sold into slavery to the Moors. Bingo. Hence the thumbnail. So for those who wanted to start to have some understanding about the Moors and our relationship, there were some. I don't want to make a whole general blanket, because you never do a general blanket of nobody, guys. That's bad scholarship, and that's bad historical. Okay. All right. Well, did I go? Can y'all hear me? They're gonna definitely mess with this one. I think y'all are frozen. Y'all let.
I can hear you, Unc. You're good.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So they will so what they did. Todd said I'm breaking up. All right. Let me know if I'm breaking up, guys, or if I'm clear. Yeah, let me know.
You're good on my end.
Okay. Taj, let me know if I'm still clear, if I'm clear now. So
I think Taj is watching from YouTube, remember? I'm on the StreamYard, so we're good on the StreamYard. YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, YouTube is different. Oh, he said okay. He said you're good. All right, thank you, Elder. All right. So now, as we're going to show y'all in history, they replacing our history with the Moors. Now, that's why I said you can't blanket everyone. Don't ever blanket no group of people. No Christian, no Muslim, no Moors, no Israelites, no even the converts. No, don't never blanket nobody, because there's always a remnant of whatever that are righteous in everything. All right. Only thing you could blanket are those who ain't created from the Most High, serpent seed. But you got to know them by their fruit, right? Now, but for the majority, the Moors, at times we got along, and at times you're going to find out they took our ancestors in too. Some of them the Moors owned the kingdom of Grenada in Spain. They had one kingdom, but we had a bunch of them. And when the king and queen of Spain went against our ancestors, the tribe of Judah, some of the Moors allowed our ancestors to go into Grenada and be safe until the queen and king conquered the Moors, and they took that over. So what you're going to see is the curses keep following our ancestors. Okay? Keep following our ancestors. All right, there we go. Sister Roberta said, I learned a few years ago that it was the Moors who sold us Hebrews into slavery. I've been trying without success to find out just who the black Moors were. Now, you about to find out tonight. And they did so, but they weren't the ones who sold us. So the Spain and Portugal sold us to them. You're going to find out tonight, everything. All right, so now I'm just right now what I'm doing is I'm setting a foundation for everyone to know who we're talking about. So matter of fact, let me do that right now. Let me screenshot this, because I'm going to need to come back, right? Because when new people come, they won't know. We'll be on another part of the book, and they'll be thinking like, oh, y'all, those ain't y'all, those ain't, right? There's certain things that the Most High, he what's the name to our history? He stamped our history because in the scripture it said we will lose all. So he made the other nations document our history. This is something can't nobody take, right? You know, those trolls and stuff that want to come and say, y'all wasn't this. Who can say this right here? Who can say that they were sold in slavery in Africa? Nobody but us. All right? All right. Now, well, some are Ishmaelites, but us. You'll see what I'm talking about. All right. So now it says they had the captains and sailors subjected our ancestors to the hardest possible conditions, plundered them of their goods and valuables, even to their very clothes, and landed them naked and bare of everything on barren points of the African coast, leaving them to die of starvation or to be sold into slavery to the Moors. Nor was this all. This wasn't all they did to them. The King of Portugal wrested from their parents all the children from the ages of 3 and 10. All right, listen. So they took the children from us, our ancestors, from the ages of 3 and 10 of those tribe of Judah immigrants who from poverty otherwise. So, okay. So you're gonna, sorry, this keeps moving over. I don't want it to move on. When we go back, you're gonna find out that our ancestors paid a tax to come into Portugal. So remember, from the other one in Spain, they took all their goods. Remember, it said they had to leave their possessions and the debtors and everything. So when the king in Portugal allowed them to come in, he said, y'all got to pay a tax. A lot of our ancestors now had no money who were rich in Spain. They had nothing but the clothes on their back. Okay? So some of them couldn't pay the capitation tax on entering Portugal. So it says that some of the immigrants who left from Spain and came into Portugal, who from their poverty had or otherwise had omitted to pay this tax on entering Portugal, the king, entering or who were forced. So some of them who couldn't pay the tax to come into Portugal, others were forced to remain in Portugal because they was choosing. A lot of them were choosing to leave. They didn't know that they were about to get sent. They didn't know what was going to happen to them. So the king promised them that he's going to send them to another land, that they got to leave because of this black plague and stuff like that. So a lot of them volunteered, not knowing that when they got on those ships, those captains and sailors was going to start raping them and graping them and taking all their clothes and money. They was going to leave them on the west coast of Africa with nothing, drop them off, right? Now listen. Now, and then be sold, and some of them was going to be sold to the Moors who were in Africa. These are Mohammedans, all right? These Moors. Some, not just all, they were Muslims. The Moors were Muslims. Moors are Ishmael, well, they follow Muslims. Moors are Muslims. The Hebrews were tribe of Judah. They were doing this Judaism thing. That's because that later our ancestors was doing that Judaism thing and the Talmud and stuff like that. All right. So now it says when they were forced, those who couldn't pay the tax when they came into Portugal, or those who were forced to remain in Portugal and had them transported to they took the children. So those who couldn't pay the taxes, right? And those who were forced to remain, they took their children from the ages of 3 and 10 from them. They took their children, kicking and screaming, right? And they transported them to the newly discovered islands of St. Thomas, which then swarmed with alligators and other beasts of prey, to be brought up as Christians. So listen, they took the children from the parents and put them on this island. I'm going to show y'all St. Thomas. And the reason why it was called St. Thomas is because that was a saint. When they found this coast, this barren coast, I'm going to show y'all. Now y'all gave me saying the thing. When they found this barren coast, they named it because the day that they found the Portuguese, the day that they found this coastline in West Africa that they was going to take over, it was the day of St. Thomas, like birthday. It was St. Thomas, the saint, this Roman Catholic saint. It was his day. It was the day of his birthday. And so they named this island that they found St. Thomas, St. Tome. That's how they got these names. Okay? That's what they always do. All right? Yes. You said Christianity has some origins in child napping? Absolutely. Now, what you're going to find out also is where godmother and godfathers come from. This is the creation of the godmother and the godfather. I told you all about it, but now I got the ancient book to prove it. They tell you what happened. All right? Now, the godmother and the godfather is because they went even further. First, they took them from ages 3 to 10. Later, the king said, you know what? We're going to raise this. And they grabbed the rest of the children from 10 to 18. And they took all of these, Christian trafficking babies, and they gave them to Christian households to raise. They took them, these babies, 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, 10 years old, and all this, and took them from their mother and gave them to another mother, a godmother, in the name of God. The Father, the Son. They gave them over to Christian, Roman Christian, these Catholic households, to this godmother and godfather. Yes, that's where the gator bait. So now, this is the start of the godmother and godfather. So all of us, I got a godmother. We following traditions and we don't know the root of it. That's what this Christianity stuff we've been trying to tell y'all, those in awakening, that this whole thing is of Hashatan. It is dark, it's of killing, it's of murder, it's of lie. They don't follow Mashiach, none of it. It's dark. So these are where the godmother and godfather started from. Yeah, Dylan said child touching as well. Oh, absolutely. That's where all of they gave it over to these, sadistic, perverted people. Now remember, what you got to understand was they were giving them over to another nationality of people. These weren't black people that these little black Hebrew children from the tribe of Judah were given to be raised. They were literally enslaved in these houses and made to do tasks. Cinderella story. All right? Yes, turned them. Oh, y'all about to hear some stuff. Right? All right. Now, it says, and so what they're going to point out in these books is they're going to show you the different things they did. So, because this went on for years, like 50 years and stuff. Like this went on for years. And then it was a slave trade. All right? Now, this is the Spanish-Portugal slave trade that they don't tell y'all about. But they tell you the Spanish Inquisition, and you're going to find out. But shout out to Junebug, my brother. Shout out to Bug Brown over on Facebook. You're going to find out that our ancestors got sent from Spain and Portugal into the west coast of Africa. They're also going to talk about Negro land. You're going to hear some stuff and say the Moors and then we're right next in Negro land. And oh my goodness, bro, you're going to hear, it's going to tie in, Taj, wait till we go back in this, it's going to tie in some questions. I said, Taj's going to like this one. It's going to answer a lot of questions tonight. Now this part, so they're talking about different parts of what they did. So now one part, what they did was they took the kids 3 and 10 and they sent them to St. Thomas, and they dropped these kids off on this island in this water, and it swarmed with alligators and other beasts of prey, and they were getting slaughtered by these hyenas, these alligators. They was just, it was like they dropped them off on this barren island on the west coast of it where no people were, these kids, these children. And the alligators was eating them, the animals was eating them, and the Moors were enslaving them. So also the people, now I'm gonna point out, they had Netherlanders there, Dutch. So this is on this island of Luango Coast in West Africa. I'm gonna show you it in 1 second. Let me get it set up for you now. On this island of the Luango Coast, the Dutch from Netherlands, where Mariaha lives, the Dutch, the Portuguese were ruling this part. And then Spain came in a little later. Okay? So, yeah, that's the one. Come on. Now, that's my brother. All right, let me copy that one. You got both of them. You definitely did good, young king. Praise Yah. All right. So now, so it's going to walk you down what the different things that happened to our ancestors. Let me do this other one he just did. That's the one I did in my movie. Come on now, yeah. Thank you, young king. Thank you, young king. All right. So let me save that one. I'm gonna open that one right now so I can show y'all where they took them at, what they did to our ancestors. All right, so close that. Now I can close WhatsApp. Bang. All right, so now let me stop share that and let me show y'all. Present, share screen, window. Where is it? Oh, it's not a window. I didn't open it yet. Close that, cancel. Go back to here. There we go. I'm gonna open this one, and then let me open the other one too. And then open this one. Okay, now come back to y'all. Ooh, I almost clicked in stream, but it would ask me to verify first. All right. That would be horrible, right? Can you imagine? That would be really bad. All right. Hold on. What am I doing? Oh, present, share screen, window. There we go. Bang, share. Thank you, Naya. All right. So this is the one in my movie. So this right here is a map of the Luango Coast, right? So that's the coastline, right? Right. So I'm gonna make it bigger. First of all, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna walk it down and make it really bigger for those with a phone. So this is the full map right here, right? So they're showing you this is the region. See this? This is Africa, right? Y'all know the shape. This right here is the region that they're talking about in this book. This is Luango Coast, right? Right here in this region. Now Spain is up here. That's why I said they had to go all the way around. Now, let me show y'all. This is the region, right? So the white part is the heart of the Luango Coast, and the beige part is the Luango Coast. So look, this is the Luango Coast. This is Angola. You're going to see them say that they sent them into Angola. The Congo, Angola right here, right? Gabon, Cape Lopez, Equatorial Guinea, Cameroon, Nigeria up there, right? Okay, so this one ain't got it. My other one, the one I had, it shows you St. Tome. St. Tome was right around here somewhere. It's right around here where they dropped them off, right? So this is what they're talking about in that book, all right? Yes, so let me put the link again. Invite, copy, I got you, again. Copy, bang, Control V, enter. All right, there you go. All right, so now let me show you the other map he gave. Present, share screen, window, bang, share. Y'all know us, we bring receipts. We don't talk on our own accord. So now this is a map of Guinea. Look, Luengo. This is an ancient map. Look at Negro land right there. See that? Negro land. What's that say? The slave coast with Eda, tribe of Judah, the Ashanti, Gold Coast. Y'all remember, we already broke that down. I was saying that in that study about the there goes St. Thome right there. See that? It's a little island. So they put him on this island of St. Thome. They found this little island, right? And this one too, Principe, right? And this is what, so when they, so this is what we just read in the book. When they dropped them on this island, these little babies, the water, this is an island that was uninhabited by a lot of people. It was inhabited by alligators and beasts of prey, and it was just a few people on this island. It wasn't the main St. Thome. All right? All right. Now, let me see what this one. All right. See the Ethiopia
I think it was on the other map.
Oh, it was there too? You seen the little...
Yeah, it was in like the top left, that island.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to it in a second. All right. So it's the Bight of Benin, Bight of Guinea. All right. So now, this, all right. So look, this, our ancestors was put into here. And then they're going to talk about up here, the Moors were up here too. All right. So now, for those, I'm glad. Thank you, Naya. So, because that's very important. And I always talk about the Luengo Coast, right? All right. So let me stop share. Let me go to the other one, Yasha, since you said you saw it. Present, share screen, window, bang, share. Yep, there you go. I knew it was on that one because I did it in my movie. Sao Tome. That's it right there. St. Thome. Now look how in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean this island is. And they drop these babies off on this island to die of starvation, eaten by wild beasts and animals. Okay? 3 to 10 years old. All right? So this whole island of Luengo Coast is where our ancestors was dropped from. Thank you, Yasha. I knew it was on this chart because it's in my movie. There it go, up there. St. Thome, Sao Tome. And that's the Principe Island. They dropped some on that little island too. All right. All right, so now, let's go back to the book. All right? Stop share, stop screen. So now, praise y'all, we're very thorough in this ministry that we show the receipts. Who that on Facebook? Shout out to Arthur Barrett. Shout out to Big AB. Shout out Arthur Barrett out there in Hempstead. One love, A. All right. So now, now watch this. So let's go back to the book. Present, share screen, bang, share. Now, so it says, see, and it says they took the true children between the ages of 3 and 10, of who the tribe of Judah immigrants who from poverty or otherwise had omitted to pay the capital. Y'all gonna learn what that is in a second when we go back. Entering were forced to remain in Portugal and had them transported to the newly discovered islands of St. Thomas, which then swarmed with alligators and other beasts of prey to be brought up as Christians. And then 600, now listen, 600 of the richest families of the Spanish tribe of Judah, our ancestors, however, had by a separate transaction procured for themselves the right of remaining in Portugal On payment of 60,000 gold cruzados, and a few useful mechanics were also exempted from the action of the general decree. Now, 600 of our ancestors who still had their money, they paid the king, like we paid them to stay, but it didn't work out well for them. We're going to go through this stuff later. All right. So now, I wanted to just show y'all that they sent them to the African coast. All right. I'll show y'all where they sent them to. Right. They were sold into slavery to the Moors. No, you don't hear those converted people in that land that got that war going on, right? Who stole our identity, saying that they ever were sold into slavery to no black or Moors, right? All right. So now, then I told you about the godparents. That's going to come up in another part, right? But I just broke that down. Now, let me go to page 32. Oh, that's another book. Okay, page 32. That one's called Africa Being an Accurate. Where is it? Africa. That's America. That's another one. This one is Africa. Where are you? I think it's in the Google. There you go. Come on, open up. Let's open up correctly. Okay, so then I gotta open it again. Oh, there we go. It opened up. All right, so let me stop share that. Oh, I can just share this screen. Share this tab instead. All right, so this book is called, hold on, let me go on up. We ain't speaking on our own accord. All right. What is that? What's that? Okay, that's just images. It's showing the bind of the book. Hold on, that's populated. All right, hold on. Scroll down. Where are you? Where are you? English Atlas. Okay, it's getting there. Oh, they got all these images. Oh, look. Look, they got images of Africa. Let's look. Now, you know they drew these images, though. But watch this. Watch this. Hold on. How do I make it bigger? Go. That ain't making it bigger. I can't make it bigger. I gotta be able to make it bigger. Come on, Google Books. Come on. Let me see. There we go. All right. Watch this. Look. You see that? Oh, let me make it bigger. See that? Let me make that bigger. This is literally describing, but they're doing an illustration. Oh, it can't get no bigger than that. Sorry for people at home. You see that black with a baby, 2 babies on her? And you see the alligators and these beasts. Now, this is just an image. That's supposed to be the Moorish king, I guess. And it says Africa. He said, is that a serpent? All right. So anyway, yeah, that's a serpent down there. Yeah, there's a serpent down there. All right. But now these are just illustrations. So anyway, this is the book. Let me make it smaller now so y'all can read it at home. This is the title of the book. It's called Africa. Africa Being an Accurate Description of the Regions of Egypt, Barbary, Libya, and Beledugirid. I never even heard of that. It reminds me of, what's the name? The land of Negroes, Guinea, Ethiopia, and the Abyssines. With all, hold on, let me make it bigger for the people in the back of the book. Yo, Art, I gotta make it bigger for the people at home, Art, because they be thinking we tripping, Art. You know we from Hempstead, Art. We don't be tripping. We don't just believe anything. Right, Bug? We don't just follow anything. All right? My Facebook. Shout out Sister Kelly Perry. All right. It says Negroes, the land of Negroes. That's going to be Negro land. Listen, that's Negro land. Guinea, Ethiopia, and the Abyssines. When y'all see these F's, this is the ancient English. There's no S's. That's So in these ancient things, there ain't gonna be no J's and stuff. That ain't exist yet. Okay, before they add this in these English languages. All right, when you see these words. And look at that Ethiopia. Remember, I showed y'all the last one. I said 2 Egypts, 2 Ethiopias. Remember that lesson? These things are gonna all start to tie together. Go ahead, Yasha.
I was just letting you know that Hakiyama is backstage.
Okay. Let me add her. Shalom Hakiyama. All right. So now it says, now let's go back to the title of the book. Africa being an accurate description of the regions of Egypt, Barbary, Libya, and Grid, the land of Negroes, Guinea, Ethiopia, and the Abyssines, with all the adjacent islands either in the Mediterranean, the Atlantic Southern, or Oriental Sea, belonging there, as with the several denominations of their coasts, harbors, creeks, rivers, lakes, cities, customs, modes and manners, languages, governments and policy, all that. All right. So it's our boy John Ogilvy. All right. All right. So now that's this book. Now we're going to go to page 32. Hopefully it's correct. It's the correct 32. And John Ogilvy got it to the high and mighty monarch, King Charles II of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, king and defender of the faith. All right. So he goes in on this book. We're going to come back to this. Let me just go down for a second, though. Yeah. So let's go. I got to scroll down. I wanted to, let me see if I can do it without it having to what's the name itself? Yeah, this thing goes in. We're going to come back to this, right? It talks about the Africa so-called from the Grecians, so-called. You see that? Africa so-called from the Grecians, according to Feseftus, all right, and the most eminent geographers signifies wanting or devoid of cold through some form. The whole was taken from Libya, which is now but single province. Also, they called it Olympia, Oceania, Corpi, Hyperia, but the Romans called it only Libya and Africa. See? Libya from Libya, daughter of the son of Jupiter, and Africa from Aphor, the son of Hercules. Do y'all see that? Hold on, let me make this bigger because they gonna think we playing. We ain't playing. But the Roman calls it only Libya and Africa. Libya, from Libya, the daughter of Ephesus, son of Jupiter, these Roman gods, Greco-Roman, and Africa from Aphor, the son of Hercules. The Moors, if you consult Thebet's geography, calls it Ekebulon. Come on, guys. Y'all see that? I know it's kind of small. I wish I could make it bigger at home. Y'all just gonna have to put it on your bigger screen. It's right there. Or I'm gonna give y'all the title of the book. I just gave y'all the title of the book. All right? The Moors, if you consult Thebet's geography, call it Ekebulon, and the Idians, Bezereth, and the Arabians, who formerly overran a major part, knew their conquest by the name of Ifriqiya, derived from the word Farouk, which signifies separation. All right, so that ain't where I was going. The most received and best known is Africa, which some derive from afar, a Hebrew word signifying dust, and analogizing well with that dry and sandy soil. Fifthus, an old grammarian, was afraid before we'll have Africa from a compounded word with the Greek letters, which are right. So now y'all seeing, I tell you, y'all already know it wasn't called no doggone Africa. All right. So now y'all seeing the other, how it's got these other names. And I didn't even know that Ekebulon came from the Moors. All right. So now we're going to page 32 because we're still walking down. We're going to come back. Let me see. Can I? There you go. Scroll on down. Come on. That's what? 3? Oh, man. You know what? Let me just try to scroll faster. This is going to take forever. Let me use my little thing over here. Let me make this full screen for a second so I don't mess up. That looks kind of shady. All right, there we go. I just hope it populates. Where that's at? Loading. Oh, good. Oh, 283. No, 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 no. Oh, yeah, this book breaks down everything. Numidia. Let me go back up. Where did I stop at? Look at the pyramids. Yeah, all right, all right, so let me get to where I need to. Oh, 76. Oh, yeah, I ain't doing that no more. Not in Egypt. I just have to scroll with my hand. I wish you could just type it in. 34. Thank you. We're going to 32. This is just for the sake of us getting started. Here we go. 32. All right. Yasha. Let me see where I'm going to go. I want to read a little of this. Start from that, Yasha, if you can. Let me make it smaller. Let me see how they see it at home. I can move it over and make it a little bigger. Oh, that's as big as I can make it. I'm gonna have to make it a little smaller. I can't. Well, I could. Yasha, could you? Oh, you reading off my screen, right? Could you see that? Not really.
Yeah, I can. If it is that everything in the screen though, or is it?
Yeah, that's
cut off
everything.
a little?
No, it's
Okay,
not.
yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, the part, it's a little bit cut off. Let me move it over just a little bit. There we go. Everything is there. And this one's titled Africa, and it says some parts of Africa. Go ahead, Yasha.
Yes. Some parts of Africa are governed by emperors and kings, others viceroys, and elsewhere by zooks.
I don't know. I guess.
That is commanders. Only those of Bravas have molded themselves into the form of a republic, while another sort live without governors and laws, like vagrant rogues, roving about and robbing their neighbors. Barbary, which was chiefly known to the ancients, was a first sub was
Was
the
at
first
first
subject
subject.
to several princes, and after the destruction of Carthage and other African kings fell under the command of the Romans, who planted these fruitful parts with their colonies and governed them a long time by sub-consuls, till the Vandals, under the conduct of their King
King Generic.
Genseric, sorry, with an army of 24,000 men in Anno 427, became masters thereof.
427. Became masters. So they're talking about how Africa, the Romans came and all that, and they called it Barbary, and the Carthage fell and all that. And the Carthaginians, y'all gonna find out, was our ancestors at the beginning. But go ahead.
Yes. In possession of which they continued 108 years. But Carthage, in the year 553, was reconquered by Belisarius, the emperor, Justinian's general, and their king, Gelimer, taken prisoner, by which victorious proceedings, Africa was a province of the Greek Empire, who sent thither annual governors. The Greeks maintained their conquest till the year 663, when the Arabians invaded the country and subdued part thereof in the reign of Ottoman, the first king of the Turks, under the command of their general Akuba ben Nasik with an
All right, so
army of
pause. So pause, because I just want to get to where I wanted to get to because it's going to go on for a while. All right, the Arabians say the African historians return home laden with rich booties. With the Africans, let me scroll down because it's somewhere where I wanted to get to. And here we have, and here we may observe Barbary was under the Arabians. Okay, going back, the Africa. All right, but themselves were soon expelled by the Africans as well as some called by others will think Muhammad. All right, let's go. Where is it? Where are you? You're in here somewhere. The Africans were in former times great idolaters. There we go. Worshipping the sun and fire, as the Persians erecting stately temples to honor of both. The Africans were in former times great idolaters, worshiping the sun and fire, as the Persians erecting stately temples to honor of both, sun and fire, and therein preserving a never dying flame. The Vestals did as the Vestals did at Rome by constant vigils. They left these flames burning in Rome. In this blind superstition, they remain to the year 349 when they embraced Christianity. So, in this, all right, though some soon fell after into the Manichaean heresy. The Numidians, the Gudans, the Libyans worship the planets. Okay, so listen. All right, so they're saying that they embrace in 349 Christianity. The Numidians, the Gatudians, the Libyans worship the planets. The lower Ethiopians, some adored the sun, and others the moon, and others the stars. The lower Ethiopians. Water, fire, and many things besides. So they were worshiping water, fire, the sun, moon, and stars. Nay, so did superstitious folly lead some that they worshipped whatever living creature met them at their first going abroad. So some, when they first get to these lands, they discovered some of these lands, they made gods out of the first creature that they saw. They of Upper Ethiopia, by a natural instinct, honored Gugin. That is the Lord of heaven. All right? Afterwards, as themselves report, they became Yahudim, tribe of Judah. Listen, Upper Ethiopia. Okay? Now, they got, or God Almighty, that's why they got their little asterisk next to Lord of Heaven. So, in Lower Ethiopia, they did sun worship, star worship, water, all these others. But in Upper Ethiopia, by a natural instinct, they honored this Gugim, that is, they called this God of heaven. Afterwards, as they themselves reported, they became, from the tribe of Judah, proselytes by means of the Queen of Sheba. See, Queen Saba, or Maquida, who having heard of Solomon's great wisdom, she traveled there. Now we're finding out how these Ethiopians became. We said it, but now we got the ancient writers telling us who were there and doing all this stuff, these enslavers and all this. It says, who having heard of Solomon's great wisdom, traveled there and received from him Moses' law with the books of the prophets. But in the year 1067, Yaia, y'all see that name right there? Yahaia, the son of Abu-Kur, coming into Negro land and Lower Ethiopia, some of The Mahometan priests, Muslim priests, Muhammad priests, insinuated into the minds of the simple people notions of their false doctrine. I didn't say this. No disrespect to my Muslim brothers and sisters. I didn't write this book. All right. This is the authors of this book, what they're saying. It says, and because y'all know now Ethiopia and stuff, all of them is mostly Muslim. They're saying this is how this came about. It said, some of the Mahometan priests insinuated into the minds of the simple people notions of their false doctrine, which suddenly rooted and spread like an infectious disease, not only onto Egypt, but over the Midland Sea all the way into Spain, thence coming off victorious. But the Africans, having embraced Christianity, was said before in the year 349, continued therein by reason that in those parts which now make the kingdoms of Tuni and Tripoli, at the time diverse Christian princes, most of them Aryans. Aryans. Y'all gonna find out the Aryans are what they're gonna be calling the Caucasians. Well, they're not, well, some of them are, but the so-called Aryans, the whites. Flying from the rage of the Goths, who harassed Italy, took up their residence about Carthage, which whom the Arabians, invading Barbary, waged a long war a long time until after various successes and tired out. Some went for Spain and others for Italy, as apparent testimony of how well Christian religion had thriven and improved. Here it is recorded that in Carthage even ecclesiastical councils have been held, in one which that anno 1411 they assembled 284 fixed Orthodox prelates, whatever. All right. So now, the upper Ethiopia yet remain Christians. That's in their book too, of the Ethiopic Bible. See, I've been reading this stuff. I'm into the Ethiopic Bible too. That most of Ethiopia is Christian and the rest are Muslim. And then the little part, what they call tribe of Judah. It says, they of upper Ethiopia yet remain Christians, though tainted with many tribe of Judah superstitions, by resonance of some few tribe of Judah among them, but the nether Ethiopians continue all in their idolatry. Only here are there some few since the voyages of the Portuguese or whatever. All right. So it says, at this day, Africa is possessed by 5 sorts of religions: the Christians, the tribe of Judah, the Kafirs, the idolaters, and the Mahometans. That's Muhammad, the Muslims. The Christians in Africa are partly strangers and partly natives, wherefore some slaves to the Turks and barbarians, others are free people. Of them again form orthodox as the fundamentals, such as they are under the government of the king of Spain, the Venetians, the English, the Netherlanders, such. Others heterodox, superstitious and schematical, as in the Prester John's country and the some part of Negro land. Others live here and there scattered, as the Armenians, the Georgians, the Moravians, the Thomians, the Grecians. They first acknowledged the Patriarch of Alexandria. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to point out that part. I guess I was putting that part out to show y'all the Negro land, to show y'all the ancient Muslims and all of that. All right. So page 78. That's not the same book. That's this book. All right. Because that's what I wrote that when we first started. All right. So now, start with.
Is there anything on the next page that you wanted to see?
No, probably not. I don't know.
I was just wondering.
You must have looked. Many. Oh, that I think that was one I was looking for. All right, hold on. Thank you, young elder. All right, let me make this. This was the one I was looking for. That's hilarious. All right. So it says, many of the tribe of Judah also are scattered over this region, some natives boasting themselves of Abraham's seed, inhabiting both sides of the river Niger. That's where they get the word nigger. It wasn't called, it was Niger. That Niger is new. That we say N-I-G. That's where they get that word from, the N word. So it says, many of the tribe of Judah also scattered over this region, some natives boasting themselves of Abraham's seed, inhabiting both sides of the river Niger. Others are Asian strangers who fled thither either from the desolation of Jerusalem by Vespasian or from Judea, wasted and depopulated by the Romans, the Persians, and the Saracens, and the Christians. Or else such as came out of Europe, whence they were banished. There you go. This is what I was looking for. Thank you, elder, young elder. This is what I was looking for. This is the part. Or else they came out of Europe, Spain, whence they were banished, right? Out of some parts of Italy in the year 1342, out of Spain in the year 1462, out of the Low Countries in 1350, they came into Africa from these places. Out of France in 1403, okay? Out of England in 1422. All right. They're into Africa. Okay? All right. So again, you know what kind of people, what people we're talking about. All right? And these are the tribe of Judah. What they call the letter J, the letter E, the letter W, the letter S, right? It says, so they're telling you that they were in France. We already broke this down with the other books. They were in Italy, they were in Spain, they were in Portugal, right? They were in England. It says, these all differ in habit. So all of them coming from, these tribe of Judah come from these different places. They differ in habit, right? And are divided into several tribes, having no dominion, listen, though both wealthy and numerous. Every time our ancestors went somewhere, they became wealthy. Even when we was in Egypt, they became wealthy and numerous because we be smashing. That's a t-shirt. We be smashing. Right? Black people, that's why they got Planned Parenthood and all that type of stuff. And that's why they got all that stuff trying to putting it all in the water and everything they doing to lower the population. Okay? So it says, all right, and then after this, we're going to get to where I just needed to. All right, it says, and thus differ in habit and are divided into several tribes having no dominion, though both wealthy and numerous, but despised of all. They wealthy and numerous, and this is in Africa, but despised of all. But despised of all nations, and so abominated by the Turks, that they are not admitted to be Muslims unless they were first baptized, Mahometans. So the Turks, they were despised, and they wouldn't allow our ancestors to become Muslim unless they were first baptized, and then no otherwise made use of than to receive their customs and gather in their taxes. The Kafirs are the libertines who hold many artificial tenets, live together promiscuously without ceremonies, like our families, or Adamites. Adam, children of Adam. That's Gentiles, Adamites, following the sensuality and unbridled lust, inhabiting from Mozambique to the Cape of Good Hope. The idolaters are numerous in Negro land, Upper and Lower Ethiopia, and towards the Great Ocean. Now we broke down Negro land, and what were they doing? worshiping the serpent and idol worship. All right? All right. So that was it, Joshua. Thank you. That was it. All right. So now we'll go through some of this book another time, but now we got to get back to the regularly scheduled program. All right. Oh, see, we're going to go through this another time because it goes on. It says, first, the tribe of Judah, it draws in by the acknowledgement of only one God, affirming Adam to be the first man and Abraham and Moses to be prophets, commanding the circumcision, offerings, and look, the feast of Passover. See, our ancestors was calling it a feast, also forbidding swine's flesh and abolishing of images. Okay? The Gentiles are not dissident to own it because they observe them adore towards the sun rising. They admit polygamy and some of their superstitions. The Christians are invaded by the great respect they give to our Savior, the Virgin Mary, and some of the apostles, that they fast acknowledge God the Father and have great veneration for the Holy Ghost and many other the like tenets. These indeed are causes, but the main concern is fear or terror of falling into slavery under it's whatever. So, all right. So anyway, now let's get going. The prison. Well, let's do that. We're gonna do that really quick. I want to open the little quick things, and then we're gonna get to the main. I can't believe it's already 2 hours in, bro. That's crazy. That went really fast for me. I don't know where it went. All right. So I'm gonna get which one? I'm gonna do this. A narrative of Hippolytus. Where are you at? Narrative of the persecution. All right, here we go. Another ancient book. Bang. Share this thread. All right. Can you open up for me? There you go. All right. So now this one is a book. It's called A Narrative of the Persecution. Let me make it a little bigger. Can I make it bigger? Let's see. Yeah. A Narrative of the Persecution of Hippolito Joseph de Costa, Perea Fertito de Montino, whatever, native of Colonia, Sacramento, whatever that says, imprisoned and tried in Lisbon, Portugal, by the Spanish Inquisition for the pretended crime of Freemasonry. So, the pretended crime of Freemasonry, he was imprisoned in Portugal. The bylaws of the Inquisition of Lisbon, both ancient and modern, taken from the originals in one of the royal libraries in London. All right, that's his book. In 1811. All right, so we're going to go page 280, it says. Oh, man, how am I going to get there? All right. All right, let's go. Let me make it a little smaller. And let me try to, I wish I could type in 280 right there. Maybe I could, I don't know. I never tried it. I don't see it. I don't want to change, it might change the whole book. I don't want to mess around. Let's just try to scroll down. Hopefully it populates pretty quick. Oh, it did. Oh, come on, that was really good. 207, all right, not bad. 280, let me go down just a little more. Let's go. 222, a little more. Getting a little closer. 248. All right, let me go a little further. That should be it. 282. All right, 280. What did I want on here? If they have estates, they apply to the, if the four persons who are strong evidence of holy orders besides, they made solemn, well, let me see, where do I want? Let me see what I want. Slight events, solemn actions just should be made in private. The Inquisition shall cause the cases to be carried up to the council. Should any criminal be imprisoned for crimes of heresy and absolved in the first instance, sentence will be depend on all those who will be denounced in prison, the holy office of crime, both the signs, the proceedings cause the faith. 302, what does it say? I can't see it. Oh, Angola. So it's showing where they sent them to. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? These are some of the pieces, because I need to get to the main part. But y'all should get too tired, because y'all got enough receipts to know that these are the black people in this place. But this one says when they sent them to Angola, and they sent the women. So they sent, when a woman it told us where she got sent to. Sentences, penances, mysteries during Lent, and obliged to send they were confession during Lent. Maybe y'all can see it. If not, that's okay. I'll come back to it another time when we go through this book. Should a prisoner, I can't find it. It's in here somewhere. But it talked about, because we got other stuff to bring up. All right. The sons and grandsons should be deemed infamous. The fathers or grandfathers who have been heretics and apostates to our holy faith. The confiscation. Y'all gonna learn what they're talking about there in a second. All right. When prisoners confess the crimes. All right. So anyway, let me see. 302. Let's see if I can find that one, because I couldn't find that one. The tribe of Jew religious in the prisons is telling what they did. 302. Let's scroll. 302. 302. 290. 302. So we can get to this other part before y'all get too tired. 302. 302. 302. There we go. There we go. It says, all persons of any sex, state, or condition who are denounced for having uttered opinions tending to maintain, defend the aforesaid reprobated system was a lawful, either wholly in part, whatever the divines may judge their opinions come in spirit and say that it is the edict. In case they should confess their crimes, they shall be condemned to the punishment of public whipping and sent to the galleys or to Angola, the west coast of Africa, for the space of 6 years, not being noble, but should they be noble, they shall be condemned to 10 years to the exile to St. Thomas, St. Thomé, that island I showed y'all, or Angola, which is to be the case always after they have formally abjured the errors which might have been proved against them, have begged pardon and true and repentant contentance. Now this, what they're talking about, guys, is because these are what they made. This is what they did. Y'all gonna see it in a second, to our ancestors when they were making them into Christians. They were they made them prisoners and sent them into slavery and stuff because they wouldn't give up their religion of being the children of Abraham. Right? Now, it says, they shall be suspended from the exercise of their orders and condemned in 10 years exile to the island of St. Thomé or the kingdom of the garrisons of Angola. I showed you that's Angola in Africa, according to the magnitude of the crime they have committed and proportion to the injury they may have caused by their false and daring doctrines. That's the Torah, because they're instituting Christianity. Okay? All right. Now I just wanted to show that. All right, now let's get to the book. So and then it goes on again, talk about public whipping. After 10 years, the galleys. More oh, there it go. That's what I was looking for. Moreover, we do ordain that if any of the foresaid persons be of the female sex, this is the black woman, professed in any of the regular orders but under the sentence of exile, they shall be sent instead, the women, to the remotest convents of their respective orders and there imprisoned for 5 to 10 years according to the greater or lesser enormity of their crimes, and they shall be deprived of the black veil and of all the vote, whether of electing or of being elected. All right. All right. Let's get to the other stuff. Blood from the bondage of sin left the devil broken down. Where is the divine conqueror of the area and infernal powers when they visited this corrupt and idolatrous world and redeemed mankind in it with his most precious blood from the bondage of sin, left the devil broken down in prison and restrained from enjoying mankind, and has been the constant tradition of the fathers of the church. This is this Christian stuff being poured down onto our ancestors. Okay? And they were being imprisoned, all this in the name of this God. All right. All right. So now let's go. Let's go to page. Let's go to this. Let's go here. Because we might as well, we got to get to it. All right. Sorry, 2.5 hours, 2 hours in. All right. So here we go. We go into the tribe of Judah, that one. All right. And now we're going to go. I need to scroll all the way up. Hopefully that, yep, good. It populated quickly. And then let me scroll down, share this tab instead. All right. Now, because I want Yasha to help me read before he gets too tired. All right. Let me get past the preface. Let's go. We're preface still. There we go. All right. So let me see. How does that look on the screen? Is that the full page on the screen? Yes. And that's big enough for y'all at home. Hi, Yasha. You ready? Here we go, Taj Bala. Yeah. This is where we're going to start learning some of the foundation. All right. So, Yasha, when you're ready. The period when the tribe of Judah settlers were first attracted to the Iberian Peninsula, which became Spain. All right, now we're going to get the foundation. Go ahead, Yasha.
The period when the tribe of Judah settlers were first attracted to the Iberian Peninsula, where they afterwards attained so high a position in learning and in wealth, and where for some centuries they so thoroughly acclimated themselves as almost to forget their captivity and to regard themselves as in a new Yahudia.
Pause.
Is so remote.
Now they said, pause. Now they said this period in which our ancestors were first attracted to Spain, came to Spain, where afterwards they attained so high a position in learning and wealth. A reason why I showed y'all the beginning, because as we learn this, what's happening, we will not know that they're talking about us. Because we're like, what? We were wealthy and we were the doctors and the medicine? That's why I showed you at the beginning. They said they were Negroes. They sent them to Africa, to slavery, the Moors into slavery, right? Now, this is when we went in. They became so wealthy and high position of learning and wealth, and where for some centuries, hundreds of years, they acclimatized themselves as almost to forget their captivity. Listen, guys. Because Nebuchadnezzar, they came from Babylon in Persian captivity. So they came in there from slavery. So this ain't no other people, okay? But they became so wealthy in Spain that over years they forgot. Yeah, Yasha. They forgot. Y'all must have forgot. And you know, Yah is not going to let them forget. The prophecy don't play. The Most High ain't going to let them. You can forget all you want. I bet you these curses, when these curses catch up to you, you won't forget then. Yeah? All right. Now, it says that they so thoroughly, they got acclimated to this wealth and this power in Spain that they forgot their captivity. They almost forgot their captivity, and they started to regard themselves as this is a new Judea. They in a new Jerusalem. They just thought it was all sweet. They thought it was all sweet. It says, and to regard themselves as in a new Judea is so remote that no reliable historical data exists on this subject. No doubt, listen, Taj, the Phoenicians at a very early period traded with the various ports on the Mediterranean, and as is well known, the Carthaginians, a people closely allied to them in race. This is going to tie in, guys. Taj, this thing about to tie in a lot of loose strings. We broke down the Phoenician, the Hebrew, right? We did that even in the last one with about the Phoenician and the Hebrew tongue and the Aramaic and the Assyrian and the letters being the same, the Paleo-Ugaritic, right? When I was telling you that the U in Yahuwah is Phoenician, that's Paleo-Ugaritic, right? It says, no doubt the Phoenicians at a very early period traded with various ports on the Mediterranean, and as well known, the Carthaginians. We told y'all the original Carthaginians were our ancestors, right? That mixed in, they became Carthaginian, Roman, they became Phoenician, they became Assyrian, right? It says, and ports on the Mediterranean, and is well known the Carthaginians, a people closely allied to them in race, and both to them and to the Hebrews in language. Bingo. I told y'all that Paleo-Ugaritic is Phoenician. That's what this Yahweh, that's where this you come from. That's where all this stuff come from. This is our ancestors mixing in with these other nations. All right? They're Carthaginians. It says, people closely allied to them in race. So they are black, same race of people, and both to them and to the Hebrews in language. They founded several cities and established colonies on the coast of Iberia of Spain. Listen, this may probably have given rise to the tradition that the tribe of Judah were already settled in the Spanish peninsula, Iberia, in the days of Solomon. And the Tarshish of the Bible was identical with Tartessus of the ancients. All right. A district of southern Spain, the principal city of which was Gadiz, the modern Cadiz. So now, what they're stating is that in Spain, in Iberia, our ancestors was already there from Solomon and that the Tarshish in the Bible. Now y'all know Jonah, and Tarshish, the story. So Solomon took expeditions, right? So our ancestors was already there first. This before the Moors, before all of it. Some of our ancestors was there, right? All right. It says, and it was also stated that Nebuchadnezzar made conquests in Spain. We broke that down before in another book. That Nebuchadnezzar made conquests in Spain and sent captives, slaves, our ancestors, from the vanquished kingdom of Judah to colonize Spain. This is tying in to the other books we read. Again, that's why I said this thing, every time we open up these ancient books from the 16, 17, 1800s and stuff, they tie in the pieces together. They all fit the puzzle together. It says, Now listen, now this is how you know this ain't someone that's pro this. He's not, he's not on our side, so you will. He said these legends, fanciful as they are, and entirely unworthy of credence, were studiously, listen, they were studiously kept alive by the Spanish tribe of Judah of later times. Our ancestors told these stories. Now, you know them, these, right? They're like, wah. They just, right? It says, but certain it is. Now, this part he believes, certain it is, however, that the tribe of Judah very early found their way to the peninsula, Spain, the Iberian Peninsula, and that when on the fall of the Roman Empire, the Goths and the Vandals conquered the country. Large numbers of them, our tribe of Judah, were already established in various districts throughout the land of Spain. Even under Roman rule, the first restrictions against the tribe of Judah were promulgated at the council held at Elvira, which is Elbiri, right, near Cordova, soon after the year 300. But the general confusion which followed the eruption of the barbarians and the toleration of the earlier Gothic kings who were Arians, the Arians, afforded a period of comparative repose for more than 200 years, when, however, at the end of the 6th century, the Roman Catholic form of Christianity, listen, so our ancestors was there before the Roman Catholic form of Christianity came to Spain. They were already there. It says, when, however, at the end of the 6th century, the Roman Catholic form of Christianity became the recognized religion of Gothic Spain, these Gothic kings. Then fresh new edicts, laws of intolerance followed fast from the various councils held principally in Toledo. We learned about Toledo, Spain, from the other books. And soon after, we begin to hear of those forced and consequently feigned conversions, which in later times led to such sad and disgraceful results. So, when Christianity came to our ancestors' land that they were prosperous in, these Gothic kings made edicts, laws that was intolerant, and they formed various councils. And we in Toledo, from the other books, we had a big kingdom, our ancestors. Now, it says, and it forced a consequent, it says, and soon after is when you begin to hear of the forcing their religion on our ancestors, consequently feigned conversions, which in later times led to such sad and disgraceful results. The persecutions became so frequent and so violent that large numbers of the tribe of Judah from southern Spain sought refuge on the African coast. Hold on. That cannot be those people who claim they are the, right? They did not let in, I ain't never heard in their whole history where any of them said that they sought refuge to run into Africa. Listen, the persecutions of these Christians and our ancestors became so frequent and so violent that large numbers of our ancestors from southern Spain sought refuge on the African coast. And now you learned that when they got on those ships to try to seek refuge, they were beaten, stripped, abandoned, and left for dead on this coast. And some were sold into slavery to the Moors on the coast. But now, look what it says here. And a good understanding, all right, listen. The persecutions became so frequent and so violent that large numbers of the tribe of Judah from southern Spain sought refuge on the African coast, and a good understanding arose between them and the Moors, which the latter, the Moors, used to their advantage when a little later they crossed the straits and invaded Spain. Listen, Elder Taj. Now, when our ancestors was fleeing from this Christian persecution in Spain, and some of them went to some of them had money. Remember, they were wealthy, they were rich. So some of them chartered, right, ships and stuff, the wealthy and stuff, and they went to the west coast of Africa, and they started to trade with the Moors. They formed a relationship with the Moors, which were on the west coast of Africa. The Moors were enslaving, and they was doing their thing. So was some of the Africans that was there, right? Remember the kingdom of Ashanti, and remember they was enslaving, they was doing all this stuff, right? So our ancestors from Spain had a good understanding, started to trade with the Moors, and there arose a relationship. But the Moors used that relationship to go over into Spain. They invaded Spain, the Moors. The first successful eruption of the Muslims, that's the Moors, took place in 711. So the Moors started to come in there in 711, and such was the impetuosity of their onslaught and the disorganization of the Gothic states. Now, these are the Spains, they're Goths. These Gothic Christian kings. These are the Roman Catholic Goths. Later, you're going to find out there's something called New Christians, right? This is the foundation. Go ahead, Yasha.
Are those the ones that dress like Friar Tuck?
I guess so. I'm guessing so. Yeah, the ones that look all scary and yeah. Okay. So it says when the Moors, the Muslims took place. So when it says Muslims, and these are the Moors, they call them Mohammedans later in other places too. So it says when they took place, now remember, they were stinking. The Moors were hustlers, right? They about that bag and stuff. So they befriended the rich tribe of Judah who came there, right? And they traded with them, but they learned where they were from, and they learned all that, and they went to invade it. And it says, with such impetuosity of their onslaught and the disorganization of the Gothic states, that in less than 5 years, the whole of Spain and Portugal was subjected to their rule. The Moors was no joke. It says, no doubt, the sympathies of the tribe of Judah that was oppressed and hunted down under the Goths. So the Christian Goths oppressed and hunted down our ancestors in Spain and Portugal. It says, once the Moors took over in less than 5 years, it was under their rule. It says, the sympathies of our ancestors who were oppressed and hunted down by the Goths were strongly in favor of the invaders, to whom they moreover allied by a kindred monotheistic principle and a common Shemitic race. These were the Moors that were Shemites, right? These were probably Ishmaelite Moors, all right? And Ishmaelite is from Shem. That's our cousins. So when the Moors came over and invaded and took it over, they had sympathy for the tribe of Judah at the beginning. All right. Now listen, this is our relationship with the Moors. So when they took it over from these Goths, these these Christians, these kings, they had sympathy for our ancestors who were being oppressed and hunted down and killed, right? And they said moreover, they were allies by a kindred monotheistic principle and a common Shemitic race. So whatever these Moors were, they had a monotheistic, they must have believed in one type of God. Maybe that was Allah and one God, right? And Shemitic race. That's how I know these were Ishmaelite Moors. It says, at first, but tacit spectators of the struggle, they were soon sufficiently admitted into the confidence of the Muslims, the Moors, the Muslims, to be entrusted with the garrison of Seville, Granada, and other large towns. So they were given Seville, they were given Granada, the garrisons of it, and other large towns. They were also allowed a perfect toleration in the exercise of their religion. So the Moors allowed our ancestors to still practice the Torah, where the Christians were slaughtering and killing. The Moors were like, they gave us garrisons in these big cities that they ruled. Shout out to those Moors who looked out for our ancestors. All right? It says, it is asserted, but without sufficient proof, that the tribe of Judah opened the gates of Toledo to the invaders, while its defenders were occupied and celebrating a procession on Palm Sunday in 712. All right. Now, it says, it is asserted, but he said he don't have sufficient proof that some of our ancestors opened the gates of Toledo. Toledo was a city that we populated, to the invaders while its defenders were occupied. So some of our ancestors, which you're going to see through this, became Judases. You're going to hear some of our ancestors turn on one another too. So some of our Julio, y'all know the black people who, some of them became bad and bougie. Some of them became like, some of them turned and hunted down with the Christian Goths to kill our ancestors, right? That's why I say some of the enemy will come of those of your own household. The Bible warns you of that. So some of our ancestors opened the gates of Toledo to those invaders while its defenders were occupied and celebrating a procession on Palm Sunday in 712. At any rate, it is certain that the forced converts to Christianity, now, those were the ones who opened up the gates to the invaders, the Christians. That's why it says at any rate, it is certain that the forced converts, some of them, they were forced converts to Christianity, at once returned to their old faith. So those who were forced to convert to Christianity, they start to return to their old Torah faith, and that large numbers of the other tribe of Judah followed in the wake of the Muslim hosts. Okay? So some large numbers followed in the wake of the Moors and vastly swelled the Hebrew population in Spain on the peninsula. Once established on Spanish soil, they firmly retained their footing. So what happened, what they're saying is, a lot of our ancestors that had left and went to Africa came back. They followed the Moors, because the Moors had started to the Moors started to run Spain. So our ancestors flooded back. And it says they vastly swelled the Hebrew population in Spain. Once they got reestablished on Spanish soil, they firmly retained their footing, even when, after the lapse of a few generations, a considerable territory had been reconquered from the... Now, they said after they got back, they firmly establish their footing again. They starting to build their communities again. They said even after a couple of generations, a considerable amount of Spain had been reconquered from the Moors, the Mohammedans, by the Christian valor. Community of the tribe of Judah not only flourished in all the more important towns of Spain and Portugal. Now these are our ancestors. They flourished, but also they established themselves north of the Pyrenees throughout the south of France. All right? The new conquests of the Moors, the Muslims, were at first subjected to the Arab caliphs of Damascus. So at first, whenever the Moors would conquer new land, conquest, they were subject to the Arab caliphs of Damascus. They had to report back. But about the year 750, profiting by a revolution in the eastern capital, Abdir Rahman I succeeded in establishing his independence, this the Moors, and he governed the country with great wisdom and moderation. This Abdur Rahman, he broke the ties to the Arab caliphs of the Damascus, these Moors in Spain, and established their own. And he succeeded in establishing his independence, and he governed the country with great wisdom and moderation. Those are good signs. Moderation. This monarch founded the University of Cordova, which in the course of a few generations became, with the schools of Seville, these are the great cities in Spain, Granada and Lucena, established by his successors later. So they built schools. These are the Moors doing their thing. These are the Moors doing their thing. Now, our ancestors was doing their thing too. They're going to tell you in a second. But these are the Moors doing their thing in Spain. His successors, his children, Abdir Rahman II and Abdir Rahman III, the great seats of the learning of the day. This is during the Dark Ages. All right, guys? So the Dark Ages and stuff is coming. They are building schools, universities, civilization. Our ancestors and the Moors. All right? It says, the great seats of the learning of the day, in order to shed additional luster round his new foundation, Abdir Rahman, listen, encouraged and invited the presence of numerous of our ancestors, tribe of Judah scholars, who were not slow to avail themselves of the advantages offered. The tribe of Judah, our ancestors, notwithstanding the downfall of their nationality, have preserved their intellectual vigor through the constant and assiduous study of the law of Moses. So when the Christians was wiping them and killing them and destroying them and trying to make them poor and all that, even though the nationality fell, our ancestors preserved their intellectual astuteness, vigor, smarts through the constant and assiduous study of the Torah. In the course of this day, they had elaborated the vast codex of the Talmud. Taj? Our ancestors. In the course of this, they had elaborated, listen, the vast codex of the Talmud, on which they piled commentary after commentary. That's why I say you would have thought this wasn't our ancestors. That's why I told you at the beginning, showed y'all these were black and they came from Africa and got sent back to Africa. Now listen, it says they got sent to Africa and they came back and stuff. Now it says they had elaborated the vast codex of the Talmud. So our ancestors built this wicked book on which they piled commentary after commentary, holding philosophical disputations on almost every subject relating to physical science, civil polity, and social economy. Oh, they became about that bag and sciences. And why you think the curses is coming after them? When I said, no, these fools. Yeah, they're going to show you that they keep worshiping the law of Moses. Yes, Hakyama, the traditions of the elders. So you're going to see, for those who know, you're going to see it's just a matter of time before the curses is coming after them. They just biding time. They're coming. Trust me. The prophecy is on its way. It's coming, right? And it's already happening, but they keep, like the Moors gave them another chance. They keep sliding through loopholes, but you can't run from the curses. Yeah, the doctrines of men. Now listen, it said these studies, which saved the Hebrew people from lapsing into a state of mental atrophy, which characterize what are usually called the Dark Ages. So because our ancestors was building this Talmud and this Mishnah and these law of Moses and all this stuff, it kept their mind from atrophy, which everyone else was dumbed down. The rest of the world, at least the European world, that part of the world, was in the Dark Ages. They were dumbed down. The Christian church wasn't allowing them to read. The Christian church weren't allowing them to read Bibles or read anything. But our ancestors were secretly hiding doing it. By if they caught, they would be killed. But it says which it saved our ancestors for lapsing into a state of mental atrophy, which characterized what are usually called the Dark Ages. These were carried on in the colleges which they had. Our ancestors had colleges in the first centuries of the Christian era, founded in Palestine, Persia, and Egypt. Guys, the Alexandrian Library was our ancestors' library. I didn't even know that. Taj, listen. In the first centuries of the Christian era, founded in Palestine, Persia, and Egypt, the persecutions which raged into Egypt, Alexandria, and the fanatical outbursts which followed the sudden rise of Islamism have forced the tribe of Judah to close these cherished abodes of learning, our colleges in Egypt. And they were therefore naturally only too pleased to flock to these new establishments where they had so valuable an opportunity both of acquiring and disseminating their knowledge. In Spain, when the Moors started building these colleges, I didn't know that one either, Taj. That those were our ancestors' colleges. Now, it's funny because after I read it, I was like, that makes sense, because they would bring the tribe of Judah scholars in, but I thought it was the Egyptians. I didn't know it was our ancestors. I thought it was theirs. So it says, the persecutions which raged in Alexandria and the fanatical outbursts which followed the sudden rise of Islamism had forced the tribe of Judah to close their cherished abodes of learning, all our colleges and universities, and what it said, Palestine, Persia, and Egypt. And they were therefore they were only too pleased to flock to these new establishments that the Moors are building in Spain. And they had a valuable and opportunity both of acquiring and disseminating knowledge. The Moorish rulers who succeeded Abdir Rahman I were equally favorable to the tribe of Judah scholars. And so much interest was excited by the Hebrew literature that the command of Caliph Hakim about the end of the 10th century, now these are our ancestors with these titles of rabbi and all that. So as Yana brought out, we can't do it here because they'll block this thing, but those people in the land, like the president of that land over there in Israel, those are not their names. They have Eastern European names. They changed their names to Ibiza and Judah, and they changed they came in America and changed their names to Mayor Goldwyn Mayer, to movie producers. They changed their names to Robert De Niro. Well, I don't know if it's him, but the other one, they changed their names. So they all changed their names to, they had Eastern, what's the name names? Ashkenaz. They had those Eastern European names. Okay. So those names, our ancestors had those names. So this, and they would call themselves rabbi, which the scripture says don't do, right? So again, our ancestors were in sin, and they gonna get that smoke. Okay. The prophecy and the curses do not play no games. It says rabbi. This is our answer. That's why I said when I was reading it, I'm like, man, you would think this wasn't us. Rabbi Joseph Ibn Abutur Santos translated the whole of the Mishnah, listen, Taj, into Arabic. Taj, I'm sitting there thinking the Mishnah, the Talmud, all that was theirs. Yo, Taj, they literally put all that crap, our ancestors put the Talmud, all that together. Then at the end of the 10th century, our ancestors translated the whole of the Mishnah into Arabic for the Moors. It says it would appear by the names which were left on record that by far the greater number of those who distinguished themselves in these centers of learning belonged to the Hebrew race. So later you're going to see we became the doctors, the scholars, the lawyers. You're going to see in Spain we became wealthy. That's why I remember I jumped at the beginning and showed when he was expelling them, they took their houses, they took all the people that owed them money and stuff. We back at the beginning. Now we're learning how we got established. It says, it would appear by the names which are left on record that by far the greater number of those who distinguish themselves in these centers of learning belong to the Hebrew race. Numerous tribes of Judah attain high honor and lasting fame as the poets, the philosophers, the astronomers, the physicians, the mathematicians, and the grammarians. Boy, you would have lost you would have thought we talking about somebody else if I didn't show y'all that they sent them when they gathered them up in this exposition, sent them to Africa as slaves and told them they were Negroes. That's why I started it off showing you who they were. Because when we get to this part, it's hard to be like, huh? That was us? Yeah. This is the part they don't tell us in history. This is the part they really keep out. What the hell? Sorry, God. What in the hell is an appropriate word for that? What in the Hades? What in the HE double hockey sticks? These people done lost their mind, boy. They kept our history from us for real. Now listen, they became the poets. That makes sense. The philosophers, the astronomers, the physicians, the doctors, the mathematicians, the grammarians, and many through their linguistic skill rendered an invaluable service to science and literature by translating the classical authors of antiquity into Arabic, our ancestors, helping out the Moors. While they handed over to the Western world the treasures of the Eastern lore. Our ancestors, thus uniting the whole Eastern and Western world into one common heritage of human knowledge. Whoa, you would think we wrote this. We ain't write this. That ain't got nothing to do with us. This is telling us our history. The heritage of human knowledge. The Dark Ages. Listen, they try to steal it and say only the Moors was the one that civilized. I've been breaking it down, telling you it was our ancestors. Now this book is showing you our ancestors helped the Moors. Shout out to the Moors who helped us. Shout out to the good Moors, man. I'm sure, you know, the much as they helped our ancestors, but it gets bad in a moment. but wait, it gets worse. It is very remarkable. It is a very remarkable fact. Yasha, could you read that? Oh, so I'm trying to save my voice a little bit.
Yes. It is a very remarkable fact that whatever branch of science or literature was cultivated by the learned tribe of Judah of these ages, the study of their scriptures and of their ancient traditional writings which explained and illustrated them, always formed the basis of their mental operations.
Mhm.
Deeply versed in Hebrew, the tribe of Judah authors and poets of the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries resuscitated the language of their ancestors, and numerous treatises on religious subjects, on philosophy, medicine, and general science were produced in classical prose.
Hold on.
Whilst
So hold on. So it says, now what I want to point out, our ancestors, guys, were resuscitating the Phoenician. Remember it started off? The Phoenician Paleo Ugaritic. It's not the original. Remember, they're doing the Talmud, the Mishnah. Remember? They're doing, so it's not lawful. It's our language, but it's our convoluted language. Okay? And they're still, all right, so they're still out of law. They're still out of order. Okay? So it says, they resuscitated the language of their ancestors, the ones that was out of order, and numerous treatises on religious subjects, on philosophy, on medicine, on general science, and numerous treatises on religious subjects were produced in classical prose. So they produced the subjects of philosophy, medicine, general science in a classical type of poetic type of prose, classical, the way that they put it together. Listen, whilst touching and beautiful hymns and odes of verse rivaled in loftiness of conception and elegance of their diction, the best periods of biblical composition. Oh, they wrote Bibles and put it all together, and hymns and Mishnahs and Talmuds, and they did all this stuff. Hagyama says, so all reminds me of what happened to Danya. Okay? All right. Now, yes, they all say that everyone else gave the world these things, but the ancient books tell us that was not the truth. Now listen. Go ahead, Yasha. Thus, for fully 400 years, our ancestors flourished in Spain, in Portugal, and in southern France. Go ahead, Yasha.
Thus, for fully 4 centuries, flourished in Spain, Portugal, and southern France a long list of distinguished tribe of Judah authors writing on a great variety of subjects, generally in Hebrew, but frequently also in Arabic. The abstruse philosophy of that age has long since given place to more practical studies, and the languages employed are too little known in Europe for the mass of these works to be in any way familiar even to scholars of our own days. Moreover, in after ages of bigotry and persecution, a large number of the writings of these learned Hebrews were wantonly given over to destruction, both in the East and West, as being the productions of a hated and heretical race, so that many of them have been totally lost.
Pause. This is our
Bigotry.
history. This is our history, black people. This is our history in Spain. We're about to learn our history in Spain. How powerful and what we did for the civilization of the world. That they were so, that after ages of bigotry, persecution, they burned the letter, they burned the writings, they hiding them. They in the doggone Vatican and stuff, Smithsonian and stuff. They got everything besides stuff that wasn't burned. But praise Yah, he had them dictate our history. He had them write them, that we will find them later. Hundreds and hundreds of years later, we'll find the truth. It says that in the East, both in the East and the West, they said is productions of hated and heretical race. Hated. Heresy, because we believe, listen, we didn't believe in the Father, the Son. We didn't believe in the Trinity. We didn't believe in worshiping Mary, idols, the crucifix. Y'all going to find this out later. They was using the crucifix to kill us. We didn't believe in idol worship. We couldn't. Even our ancestors that were in error, they killed our ancestors in the name of this new God, this Roman Catholic Christian thing. You're going to see in a minute what happened. It's horrible, bro. It says, productions, all the right of works that our ancestors did of a hated and heretical race, so that many of them have been totally lost. Several of the poetical compositions, however, still survive in the tribe of Judah's liturgy. That these, what's the name, got our stuff? The converts, the false tribe of Judah. I thought they wrote all that stuff. Well, we don't want it. They can keep it, because that's our ancestors was in error making all that Babylonian Talmud and all that stuff. But the things survived in the converts' liturgy. It says, and are charming no less from the soul-stirring depth of feeling which pervades them than from souls to pervade, than from the elegance of their versification and their purity of their diction. So they were so wise in how they wrote these stories. Some of it also do survive in scriptures and ancient books and stuff too for us, right? From the stories, and they say the versification of their purity of diction, how smart they were. It may not be out of place here to name a very few of the more prominent of those distinguished men who illustrated not less the race to which they belong, than the age and countries which gave them birth. Among them, such may be mentioned in the poet and philosopher, our ancestor Solomon ibn Gabiro, this is a black man, in the 11th century, the poet Jehudah HaLevi in the 12th century, at which period also flourished the distinguished family of Ibn Ezra, these our ancestors, many of whom held the responsible positions in the state in Spain, and whose most remarkable member was the grammarian, commentator, and the mathematician Abraham ibn Ezra, who died in 1194. Black people, these are your ancestors. Y'all listen up. These are your ancestors. The same century produced the well-known traveler Benjamin of Tudela, and the great Moses ben Maimon, or Maimonides. This extraordinary man, which was born at Cordova in 1135, he died at Fastat near Cairo in 1204. Remarkable alike as philosopher, he was a philosopher, a physician, an astronomer, or commentator, is perhaps the greatest illustration produced throughout the Middle Ages in any nation or in any creed on earth. Whoa, bro. Y'all listen up. They've been lying to us. They literally had us thinking the Moors did it all, and the Muslims and the Egyptians, right? They try to say, it says, out in any nation or of any creed, his writings, which are voluminous, with many volumes, and are some in Arabic and some in Hebrew, exercise a marked determination in forming the mind of his contemporaries and establish a lasting influence on his co-religionists who have expressed the estimation in which they hold him in the proverb. They hold him from Moses to Moses. There was never one like Moses, because his name is Moses. So they're saying from that Moses Moses from the Bible to this Moses that was never known. Yeah, see, there you go, Yasha. You already know. That's their problem right there, right? Moses worship. All this Moses worship. Moses didn't even make it into the promised land. Y'all understand that, okay? So it says, Yasha, could you read this? In the 12th and 13th century, flourished in southern France. Now guys, I love this part because this part is teaching us our ancestors before the slaughter. Because the slaughter is about to come. We're learning who our people are. I would have thought these were other people. That's why I went back first and showed y'all later in this book when they sent these, what they did, send them to slave them and send them to Africa and all this. These are black, call them Negroes, all that. Go ahead, Yasha. In the 12th and 13th centuries.
In the 12th and 13th centuries, flourished in southern France the illustrious family of grammarians. Grammarians.
The Kimchis.
The Kimchis, of whom the best known is David, who died in 1235.
The illustrious family flourished in southern France in these 12th and 13th centuries, hundreds of years. Go ahead, Yasha.
Rabbi Moses ben Nachman, or Nachmanides, also in the 13th century, was distinguished as a commentator and physician, and Alfonso X of Castile, surnamed the Wise, who laid the basis of a new system of astronomy, chiefly availed himself in his researches of the services of the tribe of Judah servants.
Savants.
Oh, sorry, savants. Oh,
tribe of Judah.
Savants.
Savants. There you go. All right. See, this is where they you mix in the holy and the profane. You're gonna see they're steady in sin. They're still not in talk. They're not in a line. The curses is coming. Why I didn't know Maimonides was black. Yeah, but also remember why that later, remember, people named themselves also, because it could be a whole different Maimonides that you're talking about. It depends on what, remember we have saying, like my name is, Yahshua, is a bunch of other Yahshuas later and stuff. All right. So now listen, it says the why. All right. So Alphonse X of Castile surnamed our ancestors the Wise, who laid the basis of a new system of astronomy, chiefly availed himself in the researches of the services of the tribe of Judah savants, whom he took pleasure in rallying around him. Go ahead. In the course of a few centuries, here we go. Watch this, guys. This is the beginning of the fall.
In the course of a few centuries, the Moors were gradually forced to give up the greater part of their conquests in the peninsula, first the northern portions, then Toledo, the whole of Portugal, Valencia, Majorca, Seville, and Cordova, so that they retained from the middle of the 13th to the close of the 15th centuries nothing more than the kingdom of Granada.
Pause. So now the Moors, which had conquered all of it, and our ancestors had a safe place. They had a relationship with the Moors. The Moors allowed them to practice. The Moors actually used them to open the institution and further learning. The Moors wanted their intelligence, their intellect. We worked together with the Moors. The Moors owned it, everything, and they allowed us to prosper and have our cities. But in the course of a few hundred years, here come the Roman Catholic Goths are coming back. The Moors were gradually forced to give up the greater part of their conquest of Spain. First, they took the northern parts of Spain. Then they took Toledo from them. Then they took the whole Portugal from the Moors. Our ancestors got cities in the States in these places, especially Toledo. Then they took Valencia, Majorca. They took the big great city of Seville and Cordova. So that from the middle of the 13th century, close to the 15th century, by then they had nothing left but just one place that the Moors, the kingdom of Granada. At this period, a Hebrew population probably exceeding 1 million, and forming nearly an eighth of the. Hold on, see that right there in itself will make you think. Hold on, why does it say now all of a sudden they exceeded 1 million and they form a whole eighth of the whole inhabitants? Because we be smashing a t-shirt. We be smashing. Yeah, they don't call them black not one time. They never called them black through this whole thing because they made that up later. Right? They be, you ain't see it say, now the Moors ran all of it, right? Remember, they came back. Everybody was there. How all of a sudden they overpopulate? It said they exceeded 1 million and the whole, nearly an eighth of the whole inhabitants was scattered. That's what Pharaoh was talking about. Like, we better stop them, man. They populate they breed like roaches. This again, boy, you know them by the fruit. You're going to always know our ancestors. They over there exceeding 1 million and forming nearly an eighth of all the inhabitants of all of Spain and Portugal. The vast aggregate of the tribe of Judah race not only included men foremost in literature and science, and especially valuable from their skill in medicine, doctors. All right? So now, our ancestors was 1/8 of the whole population. Now remember, guys, this is the dark ages. This is the ages where they are what? They're foremost in literature, science, and especially valuable their skill in medicine, doctors, but also all those who were best fitted for trade and commerce. That's why I said in the other part, when the king of Spain got them out, all commerce stopped. And then they said to their woe, they got sick. They had no more doctors. They had no more trade. They had no more commerce. And they were left to fend for themselves. And that's why the Portugal said, come on, bring them here. But then the Most High, listen, guys, the Most High timed it with the Black Plague. So let me explain something. When the Most High prophecy come, he did that to me. When he locked me up in jail, he did a perfect storm. He timed my imprisonment with the collapse of 2006, the market crash, 2007, and all my money was in real estate. He timed it perfect, like a literal, I couldn't do, it was a what they call that when it's a higher power event. It was an act of the Most High. There's nothing I could do. He will time it. Sorry, what you say, Yasha?
Supernatural.
Yes. That ain't what the word I was looking for, but yes, it's supernatural. It was supernatural. But yes. So he times it. So what he did was he times, a dark divine appointment. Exactly. Well, it was still a divine appointment because the Most High will, he said, I create light and darkness. I create light. Yes, a divine intervention for the dark part or your part, but it's going to be fulfilled. And this is what's happening to them. So when the king of Portugal, you're going to see, he said, come on in. And he's ready to give them kingdom, let them but they had the Black Plague fell at the same time. Like all this, you're going to see prophecy playing out. So it says, all those who were best fitted for, especially our ancestors, the foremost in literature and science, and especially valuable from their skill in medicine, but also all those who were best fitted for trade and commerce, and who understood almost by intuition. Listen, it said, and our ancestors understood almost just by intuition the then little known rules of finance. By intuition. That's where I learned my money, by intuition. You know, in that world, I was supposed to be 12 years old, creating a drug empire. What in the world? Becoming a street pharmacist back in the crack era. Got all this money, and I'm actually instituting it and making it like the practices in my sin. It was like intuition, because I had no people to raise me, to teach me nothing. It says, understood almost by intuition the then little known rules of finance and the practical elements of political economy. This is what our ancestors brought to the world. And the great nobles, all right, who, being given up to the plans of ambition and to martial pursuits, disdained the deals of business employed, disdained the deals of business. They employed the tribe of Judah in the management of their vast estates. So the kings and the nobility of Spain and Portugal, who, being given up to plans of ambition and to martial pursuits, they ain't like, listen, y'all good with the finance and the medicine and the political economy, and let's get the tribe of Judah in here. Let them. Well, this is how we became wealthy. This is why when they sent us out, we had so much wealth and we were old. Listen, employed the tribe of Judah in the management of their vast estates, and thus frequently the thrifty vassals, us, our ancestors, became the creditors to a large extent of their spendthrift lords. So over the time, our ancestors, because they were so thrifty, they actually became creditors to all the population as well as the monarchy. The kings, the clergy, all of them owed debts to our ancestors because we gave out loans and stuff. It says the clergy too very generally availed themselves of the services of the tribe of Judah as the administrators of the enormous landed endowments of which they were possessed. The church. Now listen. Everywhere we were forced to leave, went broke right after we left. You got that right, Taj. That's why America won't ever let us go. They knew. They like, listen, everybody talking about go back to Africa. The serpent sea, like, they ain't going nowhere. We'll lock them in jail because we can use their labor in jail to fund, right? But they ain't going nowhere. They will not let us go. Y'all better understand. They know doggone well who they got. They got the apple of Yah's eye. And if we get them to curse themselves, long as we keep them in sin, keep swine over them, keep them worshiping other gods and all this stuff, we'll profit off them. They ain't letting us go nowhere. Y'all can talk all the reparations, separations, and stipulations you want. You can think they ain't never letting the black people go. Everybody else, they're like, oh, beat it. They don't care. Let another nation try to leave. I don't care who you are. Try to leave. You go. They'll be like, good. Don't come back. They ain't letting black people go nowhere. Never. They can, you know those stupid people. Go back to Africa. We should say they won't let us. That's what we should say as a collective. They won't let us. Tell your ancestors to let us go. Tell Pharaoh to let my people go. You see? Yeah, that's just facts. Y'all better know history. So now it says, yeah, they stay winning by keeping us to curse ourselves. Now it says the clergy, the Christian church too, very generally availed themselves of the services of the tribe of Judah as the administrators of their enormous landed endowments of which they possess, and the kings frequently conferred on them the office of treasurer. So the kings of Spain, the kings who came into office for these are hundreds of years and stuff is going on, they would hire our ancestors as treasurers, while almost all fiscal money charges were confided to their care. All the money and the collection of taxes were in our ancestors' care, which they usually farmed, was almost exclusively left in our hands. It is true that the tribe of Judah labored under certain disadvantages. Listen, that they had to pay a capitation tax. That was the tax. Remember earlier? Remember he said the ones who didn't pay the tax, the one in Portugal, he took their children from them from 3 to 10 and sent them to San Tome and the alligators and all that. That's that tax. So we getting a walk down. All right? Wait till y'all see this this is serious. I wish it was earlier. I really wish I would have got started with this much earlier. Maybe just right to it. I should have just got right to it. But it is what it is, right? Now, it says, it is true that the tribe of Judah labored under certain disadvantages. They had to pay a capitation tax of 34 maravedis, or whatever that is, or about 18 pence a year. So they had to pay a tax every year, and also they were forbidden to use guns. So our ancestors, even though they were the treasury, they bought all the civilization, they ran all the money, they had these estates, they had to pay a tax every year, they were forbidden to use guns, and they were compelled by law to inhabit a particular quarter of town. So they were segregated. All right? And they had to wear a distinctive badge on their garments. So they had to show who they were. Provisions which, however, they often contrived to elude. So even though that part 2 definitely gonna be Sunday night. Even though they had to do these things, they eluded it because they were the ones that was running everything. But now, listen, guys, while everything was good, they was able to live outside of the provisions. They didn't wear the thing on their thing. They still paid the tax. I'm quite sure they paid the tax, but they often eluded. And also that as time went on, the restrictive enactments were multiplied and pressed more heavily upon them. So now, as time went on, they had them in ghettos back then too. As time went on, they added more restrictions and pressed more heavily upon them. It says, but for all this, the tribe of Judah became vastly enriched. Listen, in the midst of all this, they got rich and they acquired so large an amount of power in the state in Spain that it would have been well nigh impossible to dispense with their services. They became so much in power that everything was ran by them, that it would be impossible to dispense with their services. It may easily be imagined that an alien race devoted, now listen, it may easily be imagined that a race that's alien to Christian, devoted to another creed, an alien race, these are black, right? These Spaniards are not Puerto Ricans. This ain't Puerto Ricans and stuff. You know, what we see now, we call Spain. These are Spain. Black, these are whites. No disrespect to my white, so-called whites brothers and sisters. We don't do whites and blacks, but I need y'all to understand. Now, these are Aryans, all right? Now, it says, it may easily be imagined that an alien race, right? Because the Moors were alien race too, devoted to another creed, okay? And possessing to a certain extent an autonomy of its own. It has its own autonomy going on in Spain, right? A whole nother creed, a whole nother doctrine of its own, a race too, which by its thrift and intelligence knew how to attract to itself a large portion of the world's material gifts. Listen, a race, our ancestors, we still like this, which that's why they suppress us so much, knew how to attract to itself. I used to say I'm a money magnet. I used to always say that in the hood. I just attract this doggone money, which knew how to attract to itself so large a portion of this world's material gifts that would in course of time become the object of no less of the dislike than of the jealousy of the great bulk of the population. That's why the Most High calls us to be meek and humble. Y'all hear me, black people? It is out of order for us to be flashy, bougie, overindulgent, over splurge, unless you're going to bring everyone else up to the same state that you are. Do y'all hear me? If you want to be overindulgent, it is unbiblical, unlawful under the Most High for you to be overindulgent when everybody else are under. If you bring everyone up to your indulgence, then it's not overindulgence, it's the norm. Do y'all understand that? Fruit? But no, what we want to do, we want to be rich so that we can look better to everybody else. You understand? We want to, you want to be, we the crab in the barrel thing, right? So it says because, remember it said earlier, it said just by intuition, they was good at this finances and balance and money and stuff. It says by their thrift and intelligence. Remember, this is going to the dark age. These people were hungry and starving, and our ancestors running around in Rolls Royces, drop top with 26-inch rims, spinning. got the little poor little Spaniards, the hungry ones, spinning in the rims as they drive. Excuse me, can I wash your rims, Mr. Hebrew? But they're alien race in this land. It says, in the course of time, they became the object no less of the dislike than of the jealousy of the great bulk of the population. Let the curses begin. The office of the tax collector, let me see how far, because I want to skip down. We're gonna come back to this. Could be we were the tax collectors. Okay. The office of the tax collector, however properly administered, has never rendered those who held it very popular. We were the tax collectors, more especially where it has been the practice to farm the taxes. The functions of the capitalists, too, that was us. We were the bankers. We were the capitalists, too, may be indispensable in enabling various trades and enterprise to be carried out, but in circumstances where the lender had no so slight a security that the legal rate of interest varied between 20 to 30%. It is easy to understand how those who loaned out their capital, our ancestors, could be stigmatized as usurers. And what does the Bible speak up against? Usury. So you're going to see their sin. If they only knew these, now because I know who we are and I know the script, I'll be like, the curses is on this way. I'll be on my way out of there. I'll be like, I ain't fooling with you niggas. I'm out of here. I'm about to be meek. I'm about to give away to the poor, the meek, the hungry. I'm out of here because the curses, I can smell the curses coming. They coming. They're getting closer and closer, right? Usury. It says, and held up to the opprobrium of the very parties who avail themselves of their resource. Moreover, those who allow the accumulation of wealth to form the chief study of their lives and who flourish on the needs of their neighbors. It's going to show you how they got so rich that they lost themselves in money. It literally, they got sucked in the bag. It's going to say it in here somewhere. It's going to say they lost their moral from their bag. They literally became bougie. They literally became bad and bougie. They got their nose turned up. And the people were getting poorer and poorer because of the dark ages. They were getting richer and richer, The kingdom, the nobility, and the church still had their money, but the people were getting poorer and poorer. All right. It says, moreover, those who allow the accumulation of wealth to form the chief study of their lives. So now the chief study of our ancestors' lives became the bag, and who flourish on the needs of their neighbors are sure to fall into a state of mental and moral degradation. And it is likely that the tribe of Judah of the Iberian Peninsula, Spain, afforded much color of truth to the allegation that they were grasping and they were avaricious. They fulfilled what he just said. They degraded into mental and moral degradation. Their natural love of display also caused them in defiance of sumptuary laws and popular prejudices. Listen what it said. Their natural love to display their wealth. Listen, their natural love of displaying, wearing Rolexes and diamonds, and look at these idiot juices. How many chains they got on, right? Diamonds, and the women with diamonds and red bottoms. And their natural love of displaying their wealth also caused them, in defiance of sumptuary laws and popular prejudices, to indulge in splendor of domestic arrangements and costume, which still more excited against them the envy and jealousy of those by whom they were surrounded. Come on, we getting our history now. Yeah, they flossing big time. Listen what he said. It said, in defiance of the sumptuary laws. So there's laws there that says you can't be doing all that flashing. They don't care. Of domestic arrangements and costume. Domestic arrangement means they building castles in estates. You're going to hear it. They're going to talk about their estates, their castles they were building, and costume, the clothing. Oh, you know we can do a costume. Y'all know doggone well. Give us some bucks. Oh, we could put on some costumes. Y'all want somebody to show out? Oh, it's the black people. It's the Negroes. Oh, they are the showers of showers. It's the tribe. See, you didn't know this, the tribe of Judah. Come on, y'all, Dylan. Rebellious as always. Sunstar said, I agree, Uncle. We should never be overindulging on our way. We need to help those who was with us when times were down and under, and help others who need help. Unfortunately, I mean, that's the curses over us. If we get them to curse, the Most High don't speak of that. We are called to lift everyone's body up. If you get your wealth, then you use the wealth to gather, to lift the people up. But no, they indulge in the splendor of their domestic arrangements, their big castles. Oh, they wasn't in the ghetto, Yahakana. They turned the ghetto into Buckhead. You heard? Go to Atlanta. You'll see the difference. You'll see them with their tootie nose in the air, driving around, looking down on Bankhead. Oh, I was there. You'll see it. Ain't nothing worse than a black snooty with his nose bad and bougie. Oh, they became bad and bougie. You heard? Now listen. And their costume, which excited more envy and jealousy of those by whom they were surrounded. I don't know why they couldn't smell the curses coming. I really never been that stupid. I mean, yeah, I did stupid things, but I don't know. I could have seen this, bro. I'm not the type. I could see people around me looking all jealous. Like I smell stuff like that. I could see with people looking out the side of their. I'm like, these people are gonna revolt on us soon. We need to feed these people. We need to bring them up. They need to. Nobody. Benzes for everybody. I'll be like, listen. We about to spread this wealth. You heard? Benzes for everybody. What y'all need? We need food. Donate. No. All right. It says, it is easy to imagine that the church were not slow to avail themselves of the growing unpopularity of the Hebrew race. So the church realized, let's go. The people are jealous of them and envy. They hate them. They're starting to develop a hate for these flashy, bougie Israelites. They're going to call them Israelites in here too. That's another one. Oh yeah, they're going to literally say Israelites. I'm like, boy, these books don't be playing no games, right? It says, it was easy to imagine that the church was not slow to avail themselves of the growing unpopularity of these Hebrews. The pulpits in church resounded with denunciations and menaces. So the pulpits, the people were talking about them in the pulpit. The church, the clergy started to denunciate and talk about them. It resounded. The people, and the Hebrews don't even realize they're too busy in their little Benzes in their communities. They too busy handing out the taxes and loans and getting paid. Oh, it's the first of the month. You need to pay me. It's right. They too busy. They became mammon, money. It says, the pulpits resounded with denunciation and menaces. Laws of repression succeeded each other. So the clergy and the kings started to make more and more laws repressing them. And every inducement to conversion was offered. Now listen, every inducement for them to convert from the Torah to Christianity was offered. This is the start of the Spanish Inquisition. Y'all hear me? The start of it. Yes, come on. I was thinking of them sun, star, thunder, lightning when I was saying it. She said 100% on keep preaching and teaching. I tried reaching out to those so-called rappers and superstars, encouraging them to help. As usual, they ignore. Retribution and judgment is real. Oh, it is coming. It don't never stop. Oh, let them Hebrews, because they're Hebrews, they idiot juices. Let them go. It repeats itself. Yeah, they ain't gonna help none. Now it says, and laws of repression added in. They induced the conversion. This is the start of the Spanish Inquisition. Convert, drop your culture tradition, and become Roman Catholic Christians. It says sons of converted tribe of Judah were sure of promotion in the church. So whoever converted from the tribe of Judah to become a Christian, they got promoted in the church. Then, which was then the great highway to all distinction and honor. An inheritance was by special enactments diverted from those who remained steadfast to their ancestral faith. So this inheritance by special enactments was diverted from those who remained steadfast to our faith. For the benefit of such relatives as adopted the Christian tenets, special enactments were diverted from those, our ancestors who remained Hebrews, tribe of Judah, but those who, for the children of those who converted, it was they got the benefits. Occasional outbursts. Here it comes. This is the start. Occasional outbursts resulting in pillage and bloodshed occurred from time to time. It started slowly. These are the people. From the beginning of the 14th century, these hostile demonstrations, which it required all the force of the law to repress. These are the people turning against our folio ancestors. How could you not know this? Now remember, the Moors are only in Grenada. Remember, they lost their kingdom. So the Moors are doing their thing. They in Grenada, right? Ain't none of this happened to our ancestors in Seville, Cordova, Toledo. They everywhere, and they running everything. This is the difference. The Moors got their own thing in Grenada, in Spain, and they are set apart. Our ancestors are everywhere, and they running all the banks, all the school, they running everything, and they are flashy and bougie. Now, just wanted to give y'all that context. It says these hostile demonstrations, which it required all the force of the Lord to repress. This is the beginning. So as these people were attacking our ancestors, coming into their buckhead, coming into these wealthy neighborhoods, coming into, right, seeing them and starting to pillage and bloodshed. This is the dark ages is starting. Okay, this is before the Black Plague ain't start yet. All right, these people are hungry, and our ancestors got T-bone, whatever, sirloin or whatever you call the best steaks and stuff. They over there. Now they don't eat swine and shrimp, but they sure enough do the law of Moses. So they're gonna talk about it. Now it says, these hostile demonstrations took all the force of the Lord to repress. They became more violent and intensity and more of a constant recurrence until they terminated in the final catastrophe when they got exposed. All right, here we go. Yasha, could you read in 1321?
In 1321 was organized a savage persecution in the south of France under the name of the War of the Shepherds, which, spreading into northern Spain, was only put down after much bloodshed by James II of Aragon, chiefly by the arms of the tribe of Judah themselves. Soon after this, that fearful pestilence called the Black Death, spreading from Asia, desolated every country throughout Europe, and the origin of the plague, being inscrutable, was assigned to the tribe of Judah, who, although as great sufferers as the rest of the community, were accused of having poisoned the wells.
Pause. So, in 1321, this is the start, was an organized and savage persecution in the south of France, where our ants under the name of the War of Shepherds was spread into northern Spain, was only put down after much bloodshed by James II of Aragon, chiefly by the arms of the tribe of Judah himself. Soon after this, here come the Black Death. It spread from Asia. It desolated every country throughout Europe, and the origin of the plague being inscrutable. They knew it came from Asia. They assigned it to the Black tribe of Judah. Remember, these ain't blacks. The only blacks in these lands are the tribe of Judah and the Moors. And the Moors are only in Grenada. But they don't see them, and they don't hate the Moors. The Moors got their own world going on. It's theirs. The people hate our ancestors, flashy. So they assign the Black Death to them, even though they knew it wasn't true. It says, although our ancestors were suffering from it just like the rest of the community, they were accused of having poisoned the wells. They made it up. Go ahead. Thank you, Haki. I'm going to probably go to one because we're just getting started, and we're going to finish. I'm going to tell a little of this that'll make everybody come back. We're going to get a little of the funky. Go ahead, Yashin.
That, I guess the part of them being wealthy is people will believe it because of their wealth, they have the ability to, poison the wells unnoticed and get away with it. They believe that stuff because they have the resources or the means to be able to do it.
Right. So when they spread that lie, you're saying the common people be like, oh, yeah, okay. Right, exactly. That they can do that. Now, it says, nevertheless, the wealth and the intelligence of the Hebrews in the peninsula in Spain and Portugal were indispensable that they continued to enjoy the highest places in the state, which still protected their worship and legalized the profession of their faith. Okay, so all this, they don't see this coming. Like, these persecutions are starting to ramp up. Like, I mean, what? Because they too busy stuck with the money. They're not thinking. Now, under Alfonso, what's that, 11th?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Alfonso, I'm starting to learn my Roman numerals again. Under Alfonso the 11th, 1312 to 1350, and his son Pedro, who was named Pedro the Cruel. I was like, ooh, I got scared when I heard that cruel, but it said the tribe of Judah, they enjoyed great favor. Oh, so he wasn't cruel to us. I was like, okay. I got scared when I seen Pedro the Cruel. I'm like, uh-oh, here you go. And it said the tribe of Judah enjoyed great favor. And by the latter, after them, Don Samuel Levi, Abu Lafa, was placed at the head of the finances. So by Pedro the Cruel, he put our ancestors, Don Samuel Levi, Don, right? He was placed as the head of finances and surrounded by a number of subordinates of his own religion, the tribe of Judah. He faithfully performed the duties of his trust. This officer, Don, was permitted to build at his own expense the sumptuous synagogue at Toledo. See, Toledo was our biggest kingdom in Spain. And he built a sumptuous synagogue. Now it's called the Church of Nuestra Señora del Transito because they took it over after they kicked us all out. Our ancestors built that, which still gives evidence no less of his munificence that of his consummate taste. It must be beautiful. After having lived in a state of exampled magnificence, he at length fell a victim to the envy which his ostentation and pride had excited, and died in prison under torture in 1360. So again, they're not meek and humble. They're living. It's like, bro, they're living in a state of unexampled magnificence, just golden palaces. And even Don Henry of Trasmere, who violently wrested the scepter from his half-brother Don Pedro, found himself obliged to confide many of the highest places of his crown to our ancestors' hands. And in the neighboring country of Portugal, the tribe of Judah were at the very zenith of their power. So this is Spain. But in Portugal, they ran the whole thing. The greater, however, were the worldly fortunes of the Hebrews. Y'all see this? The worldly fortunes. Yeah, Toledo was Atlanta. The greater, however, well, at least Buckhead, the greater, however, were the worldly fortunes of the Hebrews. The more determined were the clergy upon their fall. So the more that our ancestors' worldly fortunes grew, the more determined the church was, but they would fall. And finding that they could make but little impression on the governing classes, they allied themselves with the people, on whose prejudices and superstitions it was by no means a difficult task to work. See? So it wasn't difficult for them to do, to turn to the church to allies with the people. The denunciations from the pulpit grew more frequent and more heated. The populace, the people became inflamed, and the tribe of Judah quarters forthwith presented scenes of havoc and bloodshed. No accusation could be too absurd or too improbable to obtain credence. So whatever they accused our ancestors was, it didn't matter. At one time, it was that the tribe of Judah had blasphemed by cutting in pieces the host or consecrated wafer when the blood was seen to issue from it and pour down the streets. But listen, so they're saying this is how ridiculous they got accused of stuff. That's what they said. They accused our ancestors to be to blaspheme the cutting of the pieces of the wafer, of the what communion, you know, the wafer, the communion wafer. They said that our ancestors, when they were cutting the pieces of the wafer, they saw blood was seen to issue from a wafer, and they blamed our ancestors for blasphemy, that this blood came from the blood of Jesus came out their communion wafer. It was a lie. So they were making up anything. And they said anything that they made up, it had credence. They didn't care. The population, see, what y'all don't realize is the curses. These are all curses that are building to the point where people are going to be maddened because everything, the wrath of Yah is about to come down on our ancestors. It has to be fulfilled. So they said that they opened at their communion, they opened the wafer and blood was inside. And from it, and it poured down the streets. And at another thing that they blamed them for, it was asserted that they had betrayed mocking gestures while a religious procession was passing. So while Christian procession was passing by, they lied and said that our ancestors betrayed mocking gestures at the procession. While the most frequent and horrible accusation was that they said our ancestors had stolen and murdered a Christian child for the purpose of celebrating their Paschal rites. So they said our ancestors stole, which wasn't true. All of this was a lie. These are rich people. Our ancestors were the rich. They said they stole and murdered a Christian child to celebrate their Paschal rites. See, all this Passover and all these atonement, probably to Abraham stuff. See, it says, in consequence of all these allegations, the sumptuary laws were again insisted on. Obsolete edicts of restriction. All right. So sumptuary laws, more laws were again insisted on. Obsolete edicts of restriction. They put down laws that were obsolete to restrict them, dating from the period of the Gothic kings. So back, remember, the Gothic kings, the reason why they left the first time. So when we owned Spain, these Gothic Roman Catholic kings, these Gothic came and started to slaughter, and our rich ancestors, they went to Africa and they met with the Moors. The Moors received them, and then they came back because the Moors came and started to take it over. So now they said the other restrictions that those Gothic kings had came back and were brought to light. And our ancestors were kept in a constant state of terror, which made their lives a burden and a continual dread. All right. It must be owned that among the tribe of Judah themselves, a state of demoralization had set in. Listen. And though the tales invented against them, although that they made up these stories against them, were no less improbable, more than impossible that they did this, it has been shown that their intense, listen to this, guys, that their intense devotion to the pursuit of worldly gain, money, had induced habits of ostentation and much lowered their moral and intellectual status since the days of the Maimonides and of the scholars of Cordova and Seville. So our ancestors got so rich that he said these fools didn't even have the intelligence to realize that this doggone curse, these things about to be slaughtered. They were so focused on their worldly gain, their money, and they induced habits of ostentation, of flashing of the bag, lifestyles of the rich and famous. It says, with the exception of medicine, of which the tribe of Judah held almost a monopoly for centuries. So listen, they, besides medicine, everything else, they seemed to just turn into bougie. They didn't want to do any other, they were too rich now. They were bougie. So it said, with the exception of medicine, the only other trade that they really did was being, exalting themselves, was being doctors, of which they held almost a monopoly for centuries, in which they were so distinguished that even amidst the most violent persecutions, there was hardly a great personage of the church or state who did not employ the service of our ancestors' physician, or tribe of Judah physician. Pure science was no longer cultivated. Philosophy and legitimate Hebrew literature had given place to abstruse and often absurd mysticism of the Kabbalah. Uh-oh. Y'all see? Y'all see? Now, listen clearly. Our ancestors, remember, the Kabbalah, the Talmud, the Mishnah. So they started to become money worshipers. So all of the culture, the science, the physician, well, the only thing they kept was the doctors kept doing their thing, but everything else, they said philosophy, Hebrew literature had given place to abstruse and often absurd mysticism of the Kabbalah and to many subtleties of the Zohar. That's that Zohar. Yeah, pharmakeia, all that, and poetry, no longer aspiring to the loftiest conception and the greatest elegance, aimed chiefly at clever conceits, in which alliterations and acrostics seemed the highest end. Moreover, numerous men of worldly mind, seeing the horizon of their ambition limited by their religious profession, passed over to the dominant creed, generally entering the clerical career as the readiest road to preferment. So they said some of the most worldly mind men of our ancestors gave over to the religious profession, to the dominant creed. They became sellouts. Okay? Generally entering the clerical career as the readiest road to preferment and frequently becoming among the most hostile adversaries of their brethren in race. So the ones who sold out, they became hostile towards the ones who did it. Y'all already know Judases. These men, armed with their previous knowledge of Judaism and of the Hebrew law, they were employed by the church to refute their former associates by means of their own weapons. So they used our own against us and wove specious subtleties to prove that the dogmas of the Catholic Church were established no less by the Hebrew scriptures than by the Talmud itself. Okay. Towards the end of the 14th century, it became the custom to hold religious disputations between the clergy, generally those who converted to become Christian, and the rabbis, and as is usual in such cases, neither side being convinced. The doubtful palm was always accorded to the stronger party, and the tribe of Judah were further stigmatized in obstinate adherence to a proven fallacy. The storm, which was to culminate in the final expulsion of the tribe of Judah from Spain, was silently but surely gathering. Early in 1391, a fanatical archdeacon, named Martinez fulminated a most tremendous diatribe against the Israelites in the public square in Seville. Told you, they know who they are. Fulminated a most tremendous diatribe against the Israelites in the public square in Seville. The population, the people goaded to frenzy, they rushed on the tribe of Judah's living quarters, destroying, pillaging, and massacring in every direction. And when at last, by means of the strong arm of the law, when they stopped it, the fury of these marauders was stopped, and it was found that no less than 4,000 of our ancestors have fallen victims in this barbarous onslaught. That's a lot. That's a massacre. Listen, hardly 3 months later, the same horrid scenes were repeated, and this time with far more fearful results. The slaughter this time was about equally enormous. Many succeeded in effecting their escape. Listen, many of our ancestors escaped this one, whilst numbers were sold into slavery to the Moors. Okay. And multitudes sought safety by submitting to be baptized. So, this slaughter, this is these Christians. Now you didn't hear, now you heard our ancestors, they like nice things, right? You didn't hear them doing any type of killing, nothing. They didn't harm anybody. Now, yeah, they out of order with the law with Yah, and they're going to get punished for that. But I'm pointing out, they weren't slaughtering. These are these Christians. This is Christianity. Slaughtering and killing thousands, 4,000 the first time, more the second time, burning down their houses, all this in the name of what? Christ? This is, okay? So it says, many of our ancestors escaped, while more numbers were sold into slavery to the Moors. And multitudes of our ancestors sought safety by submitting to be baptized. Baptism in Christianity. I know we were baptized, right? Now, understand, now this is Christian. Now listen. So that of the 30,000 tribe of Judah inhabitants of Seville, hardly any remained. They almost wiped them all from Seville. Look, this is the footnote. It is said that these disputations were the cause which led the tribe of Judah to adopt the Christian mode, listen to this, of dividing our Torah, the Bible text, into chapters and verses for the purpose of reference. There being so much. So before this, they're saying it is said that these disputations, what happened in Spain, is when our scriptures got divided into chapters and verses, like the Christian Bible. Because before that, in the original text, there was no chapters and verses. For those who know, y'all know. So they said this is where it started. All right. It says, these terrible atrocities were repeated in numerous other towns throughout Spain, in Cordova, in Burgos, in Logroño, in Barcelona, in Girona, in the island of Mallorca. In Girona, the rabbis assumed a firm attitude, our ancestors, and they counseled their brethren rather to abandon life than their ancestral faith. So in Girona, our ancestors said, listen, y'all better be ready to die than to become a Christian. Y'all hear me? Shalom, Brother Isaac. Than to become a Christian, right? Now, it says that they abandoned life than their ancestral faith. In many places, the congregations were fearfully reduced, and in others, utterly rooted out. Numbers of the tribe of Judah migrated into Portugal, where still for 2 or 3 generations they enjoyed rest and full toleration. So while all this slaughter was going on in Spain and Portugal, they were still straight. The king of Portugal allowed them and was like, it's all good, right? And they're going to show, he's going to say how he wanted to, he wanted, he knew that he wanted their medicine, he wanted their trade, their financial, it helped grow his kingdom. Now listen, it says, numbers of the tribe of Judah migrated into Portugal were still for 2 or 3 generations. They enjoyed rest and full toleration, while others sought refuge in the Moorish kingdom of Granada. So our other ancestors went to find the Moors, because the Moors still had their kingdom in Granada, the Blackamoors. So they went, right? Now, the other ones, now remember, they said earlier that they sold some of them as slaves to the Moors, okay? So you got to understand there's good and bad amongst all, right? So a lot of our ancestors sought refuge in the Moors kingdom because they know they would be straight. You know, they had a good relationship with the Moors. It says, while others sought refuge in the Moorish kingdom of Granada, where liberty of conscience existed to a great degree, but many more ostensibly embraced Christianity. Many more of our ancestors embraced Christianity, seeking under the shadow of the cross that protection for their life, family, and their possessions, which the tribe of Judah, which could no longer be theirs. So now they started to take their land, their houses, their possessions. All right. This is the start. Shout out to Yahasaf ben Yashua. This is the start of the Spanish Inquisition. The Inquisition didn't start yet. This is how it started. All right. So it says, so a lot of our ancestors seeking the shadow of the cross, the protection for their life, family, and possessions. The precedent of persons who under violent persecution had outwardly simulated a change of religion while privately following out their own faith. So this is the precedent of people under violent persecution, that they were being violently persecuted. They outwardly acted like they were Christians, while in private, they were still keeping the Torah. All right? Their belief, in which remained unchanged, the Torah, was by no means wanting in Spain. At various periods, numbers of Muslims, Moors, had outwardly professed themselves as Christians, returning to their own faith when the storm of persecution had passed. Because remember, they took over. Remember, the Moors had a lot of the kingdom. So now they only left with Grenada. So the Moors did the same thing. So as these Christians started to persecute them, they acted like Christians, right? And once the persecution passed, it says, in like manner, Christians had often, in appearance, temporarily embraced Islam to tide over a period of fanaticism. So his Christians did it as well. When Islam was taking them over, they acted like we Muslims. And then once the fanaticism, the thing taken, they go back to their religion. It says, whilst from time to time, the tribe of Judah have been forced on an emergency to put on the garb of either the dominant creeds of Muslim or Christian, without any way of giving up their inward convictions. Even the great Maimonides himself is said to have been compelled while wandering in Morocco to assume with the rest of his family the externals of Mohammedanism. His father had removed with his children to Fez, it is thought for the purpose of strengthening his afflicted brethren in their wavering constancy. The Moorish tribe of Judah being, at that time, subjected to a most galling persecution. At a later period, when the great philosopher was assailed for his conduct on the occasion, he thought fit to publish a statement, less as a vindication of his own action, than as a guide to other tribes of Judah who might find themselves overwhelmed by a sudden persecution without having any means of escape. The whole story of Maimonides' simulation of Islamism is, however, entirely denied by many eminent tribe of Judah writers, as by such the Igraf ha-Shama, or letter on apostasy, is considered a spiritual document. All right, let me go further. All right, here we go. What time is it? 12:56. Till in the, let me see. That thus at this crisis arose groups of pseudo converts who weren't really converted, whose number at first was limited, but it came larger by every new outburst of these persecutions from these Christians, till in the early part of the 15th century, they were estimated at no less than 200,000 of these tribe of Judah who were saying they were converted to Christianity. These ostensibly converted tribe of Judah were called by their brethren in race. So the other black tribe of Judah called those who converted to Christianity Anuism, or they called them force, which means forced. In Hebrew, Anuism. And by the Christians, they were called Cristianos Nuevos, or new Christians. Okay. While the population branded them with the name of Moranos. So our ancestors who took on Christianity for persecution and stuff to save their life, the ones who took it on, the tribe of Judah, ones who didn't, they called them Anuism, which means force. By the Christians, they called them new Christians. This new Christian is going to come up later. They're going to start persecuting these new Christians. And when people hear this, people don't really know the history. Right? Now, they call them Cristianos Nuevos, or new Christians, while the population called them Moranos, which is a word of uncertain derivation, probably a corruption of the word Marantha, and signifying accursed. That probably would be a proper name to call them. Okay. Now, it says, while things were in this state towards the close of the 14th and the rise of the 15th century, here it comes. While this was going on, here comes a Dominican monk by the name of Vincent Ferrer. Afterwards, he canonized for the result of his missionary labors. He was canonized. This Dominican monk, he was a wild fanatic with a crucifix in one hand and a scroll of the law of Moses in the other. Uh-oh. Yah has sent a serpent. Y'all better understand. Yeah, proverb and the byword. Yah has sent, let the curses begin. They done sent a Dominican monk with a crucifix in one hand and a scroll of the law of Moses in the other. He thundered out his arguments against the tribe of Judah religion, holding forth sometimes in the open marketplaces, sometimes in the churches, and not unfrequently he went to the very synagogues themselves. Oh, he was a wild boy. He came out with the crucifix in one hand and the Torah in the other, like it's time to slay these black tribe of Judah. Listen clearly. His frenzied ravings terrified our ancestors to the verge of madness, and he wrought the whole population into excitement. He got them so riled up a state that his discourses were rarely over. By the time he went out in the street and started preaching his hate, before his preaching was even over, the tribe of Judah's neighborhoods became a scene of havoc, and multitudes of terror-stricken Hebrews begged for the waters of baptism to save them from this imminent destruction. Does that sound like some religion? They begged to be baptized in Christianity to save them from these people killing them. These conversions effected in this manner were really very considerable. They said all these conversions, it was a considerable amount of conversions that was affected because of death. But such was the miraculous power, with which Fray Vicente was popularly endowed, that the wildest statements obtained easy credence. The wildest thing that they wanted to say about our ancestors obtained easy credence. He is by some reported to have bought over no less than 35,000 of our ancestors in Salmaneca alone in 1 year. He converted 35,000 to convert to Christianity by death, guys. And it is seriously asserted that he effected 50,000 conversions during the quarter of a century of his preaching. But St. Vincent Ferreira was not the only adversary to the tribe of Judah at this period. Another Dominican monk. What's up with these Dominicans, bro? Another Dominican monk by the name of Cardinal de Luna. He assumed the papal tiara under the name of Benedict the 13th. And although he was never recognized as other than anti-pope by the mass of Christendom, he was supported in his petitions by the kings of Aragon and held his court in grand state at Tortosa in Catalonia from 1412 to 1417. In order to signalize his zeal and to ensure the support of the church clergy, Benedict was violent in his hostility to our ancestors. He and his confidential physician, a converted tribe of Judah, the doctor, confidential, Joshua Lorqui, our ancestor, converted, a sellout, who assumed at the front the name of Geronimo de Santa Fe. He changed his name because he is a sellout. He don't want to have Yahshua or Yahasha as his name because they know he a Hebrew, right? He changed the name to Geronimo de Santa, and who was a profound Talmudist. He was a profound Talmudist. He devised a grand disputation to be held in Tortosa in 1413. A grand speech. 16 learned rabbis were invited to argue on the tenets of Judaism, especially as regards to the coming of the Messiah. They were to argue with Geronimo, and some others, among whom was Andreas Bertraco, another converted from the tribe of Judah, and Almana to the Pope, Benedict himself presiding over the conference. The proceedings were open in a grand state with Pope and cardinals and a vast assemblage of the noble and learned auditors, and no less than 69 sittings were held, extending over a period of 18 months, Latin being the language that they employed. The first meetings maintained a show of calmness and dignity, but as the time wore on, it became evident that the arguments on one side made no impression on the other. Declamation and menace assumed the place of reasoning, and the conference broke up in the wildest disorder. It being finally ruled that the Talmud, which was, they were correct, was a mass of blasphemy and heresy. I agree. Our ancestors were out of order with this Talmud. This is the curses coming on them. Was a mass of blasphemy and heresy which the tribe of Judah could no longer be permitted to use. So a string of papal bulls, edicts, offensive and oppressive to the last degree to the Hebrew race, immediately followed. And as a natural consequence, a further large number of pretended conversions took place. Again, our ancestors were pretending to be Christians so they don't get massacred. And all right. At length, in 1417, the great question of the papacy was set at rest. Benedict XIII was disposed. He was deserted and left to die in obscurity. Martin V, a pontiff who appears to have been favorably inclined. So they got luck. They got a lucky break. So now this Benedict XIII died, and Martin V had been favorably inclined toward our ancestors. He was universally recognized as successor to St. Peter. But the harmful influence thus powerfully set in motion could not be lulled to rest. What they're saying is you can't stop the curses. It's already coming. I don't care who y'all put in there. Y'all can put whoever y'all want in there. It said the church teamed with converts from Judaism who sought to show their zeal by oppressing their brothers. This is some black people stuff right here. So the church teamed with those who converted, and they want to show proof by oppressing their former brothers. Among these was this sellout, Paul de Maria, Bishop of Burgos and his sons, one of whom was Bishop of Cartagena, and Alfonso de Espina, who became rector of the University of Salamanca, notably distinguished themselves and fanned the flame of persecution which the people were only too ready to keep alive. These are our own people flipping on, they fanned the flame. While matters were in this threatening position in Spain, alarming indications showed themselves in the western kingdom of the peninsula. In Portugal, the position of the tribe of Judah had been highly favored. As in Spain, they were liable to certain disabilities which were not very rigorously enforced. They dwelt generally in separate places and were nominally subject to sumptuary laws as to their apparel, right? Their dress. But they were internally governed by their own regulations. Their councils being presided over by their chief rabbis, while frequently many of the highest offices in the state were confided to members of their body. The chief rabbi was always appointed directly by the crown, an important deemed. All right, so in Portugal, it's still going good. All right. Now, the destinies of the country, and a lasting influence over the destinies of the country became I'm about to close out soon, the main cause of placing Don John of Aviz on the throne of Portugal. All right. So now, they had good life in Portugal. Here come the curses. The Boule. And became the Don John of Aviz was going to get on the throne of Portugal and averting the threatened fusion of that kingdom with Castile. The wealth and position of the tribe of Judah added to their inordinate love of display. Here they go again, showing all their money and supercilious manners. They in Portugal balling out of control, had long rendered them unpopular in Portugal too, and the recent persecutions that was happening in Spain had tended to vastly increase their number in Portugal. So as they started to be persecuted in Spain, they fled in Portugal, but they still splurging, they still bougie. While the clergy studiously favored the growing aversion, which was terribly exploded in Lisbon, Portugal in December 1449, the outburst appears to have originated in a street riot in which several of the tribe of Judah were insulted and maltreated, and on their offering resistance to the mass of the population, precipitated itself on the quarters, the neighborhood of the tribe of Judah, crying out, "Murder them, pillage them." These are the curses starting to pursue them. Acting in the spirit of their words, the rabble ransacked the population ransacked the whole district. Many of the tribe of Judah were killed and more were wounded, and it was only through the efforts of the military and by the personal intervention of the king, Alfonso V, who hurried to the capital, that the order was at length restored. The condition of the tribe of Judah in Portugal was visibly getting worse. Yet for more than 40 years, no open outbursts of persecution is recorded, and many high office still was continued to be confided by our ancestors. The brothers Imbu Hakia, who belonged to a long line of counselors and physicians, still maintain those charges at the court of Alfonso V. Abraham de Beja and Joseph were commissioned to accompany the voyage of discovery to the East Indies, and the names of other Hebrews were also found in prominent places. Moreover, the tribe of Judah of Portugal had hardly attained as high a position in learning as their brothers did in Spain. Hebrew literature was largely cultivated, and in the reign of John II, Hebrew printing was introduced into Portugal and continued up to the year of the expulsion, exhibiting a very great perfection. But the man who shed the greatest luster over the declining period of the tribe of Judah in the peninsula was Don Isaac Abraval, of a family which descended from the royal house of David and lately immigrated from Spain. So this person came over from Spain, and he's supposed to descend from the royal house of David. It says, had already through several generations distinguished itself by its attainments and was destined to enjoy in other lands an honorable succession for nearly a couple of centuries. This great man, for many years, he was the minister of finance and confidential counselor of the king. He was endowed with wonderful mental abilities and with a determination to achieve greatness. He was gifted by nature with a remarkable power to acquire influence over other men, and with the rare desire to benefit others through his own advantages. Abravanel became no less the friend and advisor of his sovereign than of those royal and noble personages who formed the court, avoiding with the rarest tact those difficulties and jealousies to which his exalted position rendered him eminently liable. Possessed of large wealth, he was munificent in his acts of charities. A notable instance of which occurred on taking. Now, this was a good guy. This was our ancestors who did good with his money. He was charitable. One of his notable acts, which occurred, was on the taking of Arzilla, a port on the African coast by the Portuguese, on which occasion 250 tribe of Judah captives were sold into slavery. Here we go again. So when the Portuguese took over this African coast of Arzilla, Luengo, they sold 250 of our ancestors into slavery, probably to the Moors. This Abravanel, our ancestor, subscribed largely to purchase the freedom of these unfortunate people and collected them from his wealthier brethren, both in Portugal and other lands, sufficient funds not only to place them in liberty, he bought their freedom, but he also provided for their future necessities. Abravanel, this is one of the righteous of our ancestors, deeply imbued with the love of Hebrew literature, he gave up his hard-earned leisure to serious studies and commits amid the cares of business and the toils of the state and learn commentary on the law of Moses and other portions of the Bible and several philosophical works, tasks which carried on all through his vicissitudes of his career, were only brought to a close at a later period of his life when exile gave him comparative repose. He had to leave at the death of his great friend and protector, Alphonse V. So Alphonse V, the king of Portugal, he wasn't as bad to our ancestors. But once he died, our brother, the good dude, had to leave. And the succession of his son, John II, the whole of the courtiers of the late king were disgraced, and Abravanel with difficulty succeeded in eluding the pursuit of the new sovereign who confiscated the whole of his vast estate. So now the next king came in, the son, John II. He took his whole estate. Reduced to poverty, he managed to escape into Spain, where he joined Don Abram Sr., the great farmer of taxes in Toledo, our ancestor, who admitted him into his partnership and thus enabled him to reconstruct his ruined fortune. He now pursued his studies with unremitting zeal, terminating some of his early work and published some very original, valuable commentaries on the prophetical and historical books of the Bible. All right. So now he later they escaped their doom and they fled into Naples, where he was received by the King Ferdinand I. On the death of this sovereign of the king, Abravanel accepted office under his son and successor, Alphonse II. So these kings, Ferdinand I and Alphonse II, was lenient towards our ancestors. And when that prince was shortly afterwards forced through irruption of the French to abdicate in favor of his son, his family, however, were dispersed in flight, and the infant child of his eldest son, Judah, himself, a very distinguished man, was kidnapped by the king of Portugal and forcibly brought up in the Christian faith. All right, they kidnapped his son and brought him up in the Christian faith. All right, I'm gonna find a closeout position here. Let me that's why I said we really got started early, because it's about to go into what happened, because now these kings who are tolerant, they're about to die. The curse is really about to ramp up now. Watch. So look, it says, Alfonso died, that was the king, in 1495 when Isaac Abravanel fled to Corfu, whence afterwards he returned to Monopoly near Bari and finally betook himself with the remnant of his family in Venice, where he died in 1509. Meanwhile, things were tending to a crisis in Spain, where edict followed after edict, law after law, darker and darker against our ancestors to embitter a lot of the tribe of Judah. And in 1474, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella succeeded to the united crowns of Aragon and Castile. This is when all hell breaks loose. The creation of so important a monarchy inspired no less rulers than subjects with the dominant desire to bring under the same scepter the provinces of southern Spain, which through tributaries since 1244 were still governed by the Moors, the kings of Granada, the Moors, the Mohammedan, and thus subjecting the whole country to Christian rule. All right, this is when the Spanish Inquisition is about to start. So now they're going to battle the Moors and take over Granada, and they're going to subject the whole country to Christian rule. The king was ambitious, unscrupulous, and avaricious to the last degree. The Queen Isabella, though she possessed of many womanly virtues, she was very superstitious, and she was entirely in the hands of these priests, Christian sorcerers, Gothic priests, and both entered warmly into their new crusade. At such a juncture, when religious feeling was so excited, it was not likely that the Hebrew race, as much an object of aversion from the obstinacy with which it rejected Christianity, as of jealousy on account of the vast wealth which they had accumulated, would meet with much toleration. The sect of new Christians had been rapidly growing. Now remember, the new Christians are the ones who converted our ancestors to Christianity. They call them Maroons or new Christians. All right? It says the set of new Christians have been rapidly growing, and as it increased, the line of demarcation between them and the old Christians have become more marked. So now, our ancestors who converted to Christianity, they thought they were safe, but you can't run from the curses. You ain't safe. So now, the line of the old Christians, what they call the real, and these new Christians, our ancestors converted, have become so that it was now hard and fixed, and it has become evident that the Christianity of the newer neophytes was little more than a pretense, their condition but slightly improved by their apparent conversion. It is true that the converts ostensibly conform to the tenets of the Catholic faith. They assume fresh names. They change their Hebrew names. They fill their houses with crucifixes and images of saints. This is Christianity. And other symbols of Christianity. And they regularly attended services of the church. All right? Right? All right. She said it's not Grenada, it's Granada. I don't know what this one is, because this is Spain. I don't know. Is this the same Granada? Is your Granada, Sabayat, actually old Spain? Because this Granada is in Spain.
I think she's in the West Indies, and then Granada.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Grenada.
This one is, this is not the same one. I don't know what it's called. I just say Granada, because I'm from New York. I don't know what it's called, but whatever. Granada, tomato. No disrespect, but we're not the land. So anyway, America, right? All right. So now, but this is the one in Spain. This is not the one in the Caribbean. All right. So now it says, It says our ancestors, they conformed to the tenets of the Catholic faith. This is Christianity, assuming fresh names, filling their houses with crucifixes, images of these saints and other symbols of Christianity, and regularly attended services of church. But these new habits sat uneasily on them. It should. It is by no means difficult to imagine that persons brought up in a faith which they were forced to abandon through fear or worldly interests would not in their hearts be very zealous in their attachment to this religion which they are constrained to adopt. In secret, they observed as many of the practices of the tribe of Judah as they were able to do without fear of discovery, studiously inculcating tribe of Judah notions into the minds of their children and endeavoring by every means in their power to keep alive in their descendants the memory of our old tribe of Judah religion. Thus they led, as it were, lives of perpetual deceit and ill at ease within themselves, were ever secretly praying that their conformity to practices which appeared to their mind but little less than idolatry might not be accounted to them as mortal sin. They know they sinning. They know that they're supposed to. I'm not sorry, but I'm not. I know who I am, and you're just going to have to fry me and do what you do, because I'm not renouncing my father. I know who I am, and I know whose I am. And you're not going to make me conform to some crucifix, some idol worship with this Christian witchcraft. Nah. It was therefore in great number of cases easy to obtain proof that the new Christians were by no means purified from their old errors and superstitions, and thus their assumption of the dominant faith did not long shield them from the violence of the population. Hence, we hear of persecutions specially directed against the new Christians. And most people hear that, they think these were new Christians. These were the Hebrews who were forced by threat or by worldly gain to become them. All right. Now, the relations between the converts and the ancestors who did not convert appear to have been of the most intimate nature. Ties of blood and feeling and a strong bond of commercial interest create a powerful link between those Hebrews who had placed themselves without the pale of the tribe of Judah and those who still remain within. So those who converted to Christianity, the latter who remained within, appeared to recognize in the defection of the former the inevitable force of circumstances and sought to aid the anewism, the new Christian, by all means in their power to keep up the clandestine exercise of such rites of the tribe of Judah as they still contrived to practice. Thus the tribe of Judah still drew more upon themselves the animadversion of the church and gave rise to a future source of accusation, that of being guilty of Judaizing, for which they were about to suffer in a terrible manner. All right, so we're going to have to come back. So it goes on. This is where it starts. It starts with this state of policy, which was to purge Spain from the stigma. And then this soon arose the person of Fray Thomas of Torquemada, and another Dominican monk. Something's up with these Dominican monks, bro, who had been confessor to the queen in the younger days, who was possessed of an iron will to join the great mental power and unflinching pertinacity of purpose. So they go forth. Then here come the Spanish Inquisition. It says, to procure the establishment in Spain of the court of the Inquisition, this tribunal had originally been devised to crush the heresy of the Albigenses early in the 13th century by Fray Domingo, better known as Saint Dominic, who obtained from Pope Innocent III the title of Inquisitor General. So they're bringing in this Inquisition that they used back in the 13th century. It first began its career in Sicily, when it shortly extended to other states in Italy, to southern France, Catalonia, and afterwards to Aragon, in which kingdom from time to time heretics were given over to be burnt flames. Castile, Spain, and Portugal were also to some degree under its influence, but as the heresies which called it forth no longer could be said to exist, and the Church of Rome held undisputed sway over Western Christendom, the Inquisition by the middle of the 15th century had become generally a languid institution, and in most countries had already ceased to be. But it's coming back for our ancestors. All right. So on Sunday, we'll go into, in Sicily, Ferdinand, the emperor. Then it's talk about these heretics, the Inquisition, Spain, then Alfonso, and then it gets bad. It gets really bad. It gets really, really, really bad. And they start talking about what they were doing to our ancestors. And then it goes into when 6 persons in March, April, and November follow fresh human sacrifices to such an extent that in the first year, 298 individuals were burned. In the second, no less than 2,000, besides which 17,000 people were subject to do penance involving either total partial loss of their property and disgrace themselves and their families. The large scale of proceedings of this second year in 1482 was no doubt induced by artful snare devised by the inquisitors to entrap the largest possible number of the converts. This was the ensuing of an act of grace by which 30 days all those new Christians who have been guilty of practicing, denoting a relapse into the tribe of Judah, were summoned to come forward. So these were tricks. They called this an edict of grace. Then they used them, and this is like a witch hunt that started to go on. It started to get darker and darker and darker to the point where it was beyond. This is where you're going to hear about the torturing. All right? Look, it says, Hebrew, they talk about for Lenten fast prescribed by the church had abstained from food on the tribe of Judah Day of Atonement or either Hebrew fast. These are things they start to accuse. This is the witch hunt. They start to say things that it didn't matter. Anybody, it's like the witch trial hunt. Anybody could be accused. They said, if an individual had made a difference between Saturday and other days, you were guilty and imprisoned and tortured in the Spanish Inquisition. If you held Saturday to be holy. So listen up, Christians. That's the Sabbath. That's today, the 7th day. If it was investigated that an individual made the 7th day what the Most High said to keep holy forever, if it was a difference between that and other days, if they laid a white cloth on the table, or if they put on a clean shirt on Saturday, or if they put on better clothes on Saturday than they did other days, these were things that could get you in prison in the Inquisition and tortured and killed. Whether he had cut the throat of a bird and killing it for food because of what that law of Moses said, or had withdrawn the sinew from an animal destroyed for the same purpose, whether he had eaten meat during Lent or on the feast prescribed by the church, or had abstained from food on the tribe of Judah Day of Atonement or other Hebrew feasts, or had used baths, took a bath, or had cut his hair, or had trimmed his nails on days preceding such fast. So if you took a bath, if they found out you took a bath before a fast coming up, you were guilty. You were being enslaved and imprisoned and tortured. If you cut your fingernails, if you got a haircut, if you ate unleavened bread, or if you used certain herbs for Passover, They was doing that Passover feast stuff. Or procured green branches or made presents of fruit to friends. If you gave fruit to your friends as a present at the time of the Feast of Tabernacles, or if you drunk cassia wine that was prepared for the tribe of Judah ceremonials, or if you eaten any meat killed by any flesh and blood killed by the tribe of Judah, or if you repeated certain tribe of Judah blessings on particular occasions, or if you recited the book of Psalms of David without concluding the words, glory be to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost. If you read the Psalms and you didn't end it with glory to the Father, the Son, and of this Trinity, see, you would be killed and persecuted. Whether any parent had given Hebrew names to his children. If you named your child Yahshua, you named your child Yasha, you named your child, you would be killed, burned, tortured. If you washed or shaved the head of a child on the part on which the chrism of baptism had been poured. So if they find out that they baptized, because they was, guys, you're going to see on Sunday, they were rounding people and drowning them in baptism. Oh, this stuff is, this Christian stuff is wicked, bro. They literally were drowning people. You're baptized. They were busting in homes of our ancestors and baptizing them while they were kicking and being drowned. Okay? So they said, if they found out that one of the children was baptized and you Hebrews washed their heads or shaved their heads, you will be killed and tortured. Or if you invited your friends and your relatives over to dine before you went on a long journey. So you minded your business, you about to go on a long trip, and you invite your friends and family over for dinner, heresy, Inquisition, you're arrested, you're tortured. Or whether a dying man had turned, that's some old, our ancestor stuff, that's their superstitions, or whether a dying man had turned his face to the wall, or had it turned so by the others, I don't know what that means, turning their face to the wall when they dead, or a dead body had been washed in warm water. Now, what I want y'all to understand was people started accusing people of anything. They say that. We'll read stuff on Sunday. It gets really dark in a second. They started to point where anybody you upset at, anybody you wanted to take their stuff. They had people who was like, "Oh, I want that house. Oh, I want your car. I want that dress you wearing." And they would go to the inquisitors and say, she took a bath or she cut her hair. Oh, I seen them. And it didn't need no proof. All someone had to do was accuse you. It says, if you washed a dead body in warm water, or if the water had been emptied out from all vessels in the house of a deceased person, together with a long catalog of similar. So whether it had a long catalog of stuff. Such were among the proofs of relapse from the newly adopted faith of Christianity into the errors of the old superstition. Sad indeed was the fate of those of whom it could be pretended that they cooked their stools, listen, in oil instead of lard. Sad was the fate of those who got accused or who pretended that they cooked their food in oil instead of swine, lard. And many old Christians in after times had to repent that their casual dislike to pork and shellfish. So the older Christians had to repent that they didn't like pork or shellfish. See, Christianity. They had to repent for not like, they had to act like they liked swine and shellfish, and had brought them under the suspicion of being secret votaries of what it pleased the inquisitors to designate as the impious law of Moses. By such means and by the agency of the machinery which is about to be described, it is certainly not surprising that the victims of the Spanish Inquisition were no longer counted by the hundreds. They were counted by the thousands and then the tens of thousands, especially as the tribunal established in the city of Seville. It was only the prototype of numerous other similar courts of inquisitions instituted in all the largest cities of Spain, in Toledo, in Cordova, in Ceuta, in Real, in Saragossa, in Valencia, in Barcelona, in Madrid, Salamanca, all these and various other places, all could boast of their courts of inquisition, their dungeons and their quemeros, which established generally, despite the most lively opposition of the people, grew to be regarded in after times later as just fixed institutions. In Aragon, the creation of the new tribunal, Inquisition, was so unpopular that a plot was laid against the first inquisitor in Saragossa, Don Pedro Don Arbues, who, though he was made aware of this conspiracy and consequently wore armor beneath his clerical habit. So at first the people were against this because the normal Christians, though they call them the old, because they was like, man, anybody can accuse us, like, so they were against it. So in Aragon, when the first one that was the Inquisition was there, it was so unpopular that they killed Don Pedro. He was so unpopular, he wore a bulletproof vest under his what's name. He was smitten down and killed in the cathedral of that city in September. All right. So now we're going to come back on Sunday with the horrible part. I wanted to get to it tonight, but it's really bad. It gets really, really, really bad. To the point where they start talking about the torture that they did to our ancestors. The torture devices, and the torturous things like this one. And then we're going to close out.
Rats. The excessive fear of rats and mice is known as musophobia, and as with any phobia, the danger posed by these animals is completely irrational and disproportionate. But what if the threat was real? Imagine being thrown into the delightfully named Dungeon Among the Rats, a cell which lay beneath the waterline in the murky depths of the Tower of London. There, in complete darkness, a man would be chained to the wall, and as a tide came in, the contaminated water brought with it not only floating excrement and detritus, but also filthy rats. As the water receded and the vermin were left behind, the prisoner would be horrified to hear their little feet scrabbling around in the pitch-black cell, squeaking and hunting for food. Then, when the rats finally found the fresh meat on offer, namely the prisoner, they would begin at first to nibble, and then to tear chunks of flesh, leaving their victims screaming in pain and terror. The idea of confining a prisoner inside a small space and then introducing rats was quite an easy way to torture someone. For most people, the thought of rats crawling all over them as they slept would be horrifying. And when trying to get information out of someone, fear is just as good a method as causing actual physical pain. Of course, if the aim was just to inflict as much suffering as possible, then adding a psychological element was always going to be a bonus. One horrific form of rat torture was thought to have originated in China. It involved the prisoner being stripped naked and made to lie on his back on a table. He would be tied down and a dome.
This, as you're going to see later, is the practices that they instituted on our ancestors in the Inquisition.
Shaped metal cage would be placed open side down on top of his abdomen. Using a gloved hand, the torturer would pick up and then place several hungry rats inside the cage. Once there, the rats scurry around trying to find a way out, scratching at the metal and the man's skin. Now the torturer would begin to add hot coals to a well in the top of the cage, and the rats would begin to rush around in a panic. In their desperation to escape, the rodents would begin to bite into the softest surface that they could find, namely the prisoner's flesh. Using their small, sharp teeth and claws, they would burrow holes into the victim's stomach and through his intestine as he lay helpless, screaming in horror. Later in the 16th century, there is a report of a pottery bowl being used rather than a metal cage. Placed upside down on top of the prisoner, hot charcoal was then piled on top of the bowl, and the rats were said to have gnawed into the very bowels of the victim. The heretic's fork.
See that? Heretic, that's what they call, this is Spanish Inquisition, our ancestors. Heresy, for keeping the Torah.
Often used by Catholic inquisitors to suppress heresy.
See? Catholic inquisitors. This is the Roman Church. This is what they did to our ancestors to become Christians.
See, the medieval inquisitions began in the 12th century with the Cathars in southern France. Heretics were regarded as a danger to the church and needed to be dealt with. The heretic's fork was made from metal and had 4 teeth, 2 at either end of a metal rod. A leather strap was attached to the device and wrapped around the victim's neck, tightly causing further discomfort. One end of the fork would be placed under the soft, fleshy part of the chin, the other on the hard breastbone. The torturer would be very careful when choosing the length of the tool because his goal was to cause optimum distress. For the prisoner, just the action of swallowing their own saliva would have been incredibly painful. The victim would have to keep their head tilted backwards, looking up at the ceiling, their neck stretched and their head rigid. The slightest movement of the jaw would cause these sharp spikes to dig further into the skin. They were not allowed to lie down at any time and were often suspended in some way, usually from the ceiling. After a few hours of being held in this way, the muscles in both the shoulders and neck would become very stiff and begin to fail. A very painful headache would also take hold because of the tension used to constantly hold up the head. Even if the prisoner was able to stand this pain, sleep deprivation would eventually take hold and the head would droop forward as the victim nodded off. Then the sharp prongs would pierce the neck and throat. The fork was only used for a limited amount of time as a means of getting the prisoner to recant. It was never meant to kill. It was usually the first in a number of tortures that would lead to more punishments or even execution. The Spanish horse. First used
We're going to do one more, then we're going to close.
By the Holy Inquisition in 12th century France, when it was known as the wooden donkey, this was a triangular shaped box with the sharp pointed end at the top, like where a horse's back would have been. Planks were nailed together to form the structure, which was usually between 6 or 7 feet high and was supported by 4 legs fixed to a stand. A horse's tail and simulated head might be attached to the device, just for fun. The prisoner was forced to straddle the horse, one leg on either side, so that their full body weight was on their bottom and crotch area. They could be kept in this position for hours to suffer the...
Now, the top of the horse was a point. The word is coming to a point. As man and woman was set to straddle it.
Most excruciating pain. Sometimes their feet would be tickled to make them wriggle about, or weights might be added to their legs to pull down the body and increase the agony. If death was the ultimate goal, then the victim would be left there until the sacral bone at the base of the spine broke and they were split in 2. The pair of anguish.
That's enough. I got more for when we come back, and when we come back, it's going into the Inquisition. It's all right. So when we come back, they're gonna start going into it, and then they're gonna start explaining what they did to our ancestors. Then they're gonna tell, as they sent them into the west coast of Africa as they sold them as slaves to the Moors, as what happened to them on St. Thome, what happened to them in the dungeons of the Inquisition, and then the Inquisition went to Portugal. How they had a good king in Portugal. We're going to show how the curses, you can't run from them. They had a good king in Portugal, right? And they for 20-something years, while the other ones had to flee Spain and all that was going on in west coast of Africa and everything, those were in Portugal, they were thriving. And then this good king who told the queen and king of Spain, Isabella, and them, he told them, no, I'm good. Our society is prospering here. We good. They're protected here. They safe. So they had a time of prosperity. And guess what happened? The king went and married the former king's widow. And she was a sister to Queen Isabella of Spain. This king, this is the curses. It's like, how? He married Queen Isabella from Spain's sister. No disrespect, but the darkness love using women to destroy. I mean, the darkness will possess a woman, and hell have no fury when a woman is possessed and locked in. Oh, you screwed. Everybody screwed. So it was Isabella, the queen, the one from Spain, who started to get obsessed. And then the ones that got this Portugal, they were straight. They got all their positions. They was doing good. And all of a sudden, this king marries this woman. And before he married her, she said, well, if you want to marry me, the first thing you got to do is we got to go after these Hebrews. And he didn't want to, but the love of this woman, he married her. And once he married her, the king, and he took on, now he married into the monarchy of Spain. And Queen Isabella from Spain and her sister, next thing you know, the ones in Portugal. And they bought the Inquisition there. But they didn't want it. They kept trying not to have it. But you can't stop the curses. And the funny thing was, after this wicked woman instituted this massacre on our ancestors, watch y'all about the Portuguese one, she died. They was only married for like 3 years or 2 years, something small. She died. And then her brother died. And then it's like they had a curse over them. It's like, I don't know, y'all must have used them. All right, you're finished. I use you for you're evil for what I need. Be gone. All right. So throughout it, I fast forwarded throughout it, they had certain people who took favor to our ancestors. And it was certain kings, one in Italy, the Alfonso dude, even his son, and they fought for our ancestors. But then it was like they couldn't stop the prophecy, the curses. They would die, right? Out of nowhere. It's like, it reads like a bad storybook. You read it, you be like, no, like, it's like, so, you think it's like bad luck, but it's the curses. Why I said Isabella transliterates into Jezebel. It's the curses. So it's like you can't stop it. What it says, they will pursue you and overtake you. All right. I didn't get to the part of the Masons because it's so much more. If y'all see this paper I got, see all that written? All these is pages and books, and there's so much more that we didn't get done. It's on both sides. But this stuff takes longer. than I think it would. Once I'm writing it, I'm thinking. So when we finish, I guess the books about the Masons, because we got America, we got like a couple more books here. All right. Oh yes, the what it says of San Domingo. Yeah, this something was up with San Domingo, bro. My goodness. I'm like, is that the same San Domingo from Haiti? Because sometimes they be having these names, and that's where they name these places from. So it's probably the original San Domingo. And then when the French took over that place of Dominican of Haiti, well, it was Haiti. That was one place, the San Domingo. But some of the most horrible atrocities, I'm like, man, our ancestors, boy, it's like, man, do the will of the Most High. Because these curses, bro. So this was a first-hand account of our ancestors. Sorry we didn't get to go into most of the stuff I wanted to, but it's just because it went fast. Next thing I look up, it was 2 hours. I'm like, I don't know where that went. We started out. Next thing I knew, it was 2. Usually it goes slow. So they they had a king all the way up into the book of Joshua. All right, so and I got a lot more of once it come out of exactly what happened to the children, to the women, to our ancestors, how they went to the coast, how some of them went into the interior, how Negro land, the Moors, the Masons, all of it. Coming on Sunday, Eastern Standard Time, about 8:30 on colored people time, on Hebrew time. All right. Thank you, Yasha. I know he's resting. So thank you for helping out with the reading. Thank you, Taj Balaya and Hakyama for your presence and your assistance if needed. Thank you, San Domingo and all them Dominican monks. There you go, Laria. Because it was Dominican monks that was constantly used. I think y'all used, I don't know. Wait till y'all see the San Domingo thing. It's crazy what's happening. I'm like, what is this darkness coming from there? All right. So praise Yah's holy name, His rightful order. All right. So hopefully y'all what is page 60? Okay. I got so many things written. I'm looking like, what is that? Hopefully y'all found it fruitful and got some understanding about our history that was held from us, from Spain and Portugal, how wealthy our ancestors were, and how they started to worship the bag. And they started to, it's like nothing new under the sun. All right. And the curses never stopped chasing our ancestors. And and as they're going on, the Jacobites are over in Europe. One of these you're going to find in 1492. Ain't that when Christopher Columbus was sent from? I'm like, so this was happening. That's Isabella, the Queen of Spain that sent Columbus. They're going to tell you another one. They were sending our ancestors as slaves to America, too. They're going to tell you that they sent them as slaves to America, too, and the Luengo Coast. And now we learned in the other one that they were sending them, Cromwell was sending them from Europe to America and the Caribbean. And these are, man, boy, our history is very varied. But praise Yah that we are learning our true history. May the Most High cover and bless you all. May you have a blessed Shabbat, the Sabbath day, the 7th day. You see what they said in the Inquisition? Anybody who shows preference to the 7th day over another day, you're guilty of heresy. When they call me guilty, fact, because I know that the 7th day is the holy day. The Most High said that when he created us in Barashat, Parashayat, the book of Genesis. You heard? The seventh day is set apart and consecrated. So yeah, well then I'm heretical then. Because sure enough, it's set apart from the other days. So Shabbayat, that's the Sabbath, the seventh day. Shalayam, peace and blessings to all of you. Shabbayat, Shalayam to the Most High. Thank you for this study. Thank you, Yah, for teaching us our true story. Not the lies in his story. Thank you for preserving our history of our ancestors so we can learn from their mistakes and we can understand and have the fullness to know who and whose we are so we could come back to you and understand that we got to get the curses from off of our generation. Because it said they will pursue them forever. As long as they don't repent and come back into covenant, those curses are going to pursue us forever. It was prophesied, guys. The same thing is happening now. You can see it for the celebrities, whatever, the rich bougie, you see the same thing. Nothing new under the sun. We thank you, Abba Yah, for all these ancient books. So much more to come. I got a lot of them, guys. I got a lot of them. And more just keep opening. And they all keep filling in the pieces. I love you all. Let's take a moment of Shalayam for our Abba Yah. A moment of Shalayam, stillness. A moment of stillness. Praise Yah. We take this moment of stillness for you, Abba Yah, because you say, be still and know that I am Yah. You say you exist in the stillness. And we love you and we thank you for all that you teach us and bring out in your covering. And we play this song from Yashiyaha as an ode to you, Abba Yah. Praise your holy name, your rightful order.
Yashara, 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 Yashara. All praise go to Yah alone. Yashara, Yah is calling you back home. All praise go to Yah alone. Yashara, Yah is calling you back home. Yashara, all praise go to Yah alone. Yashara, Yashara, ain't no need for wish you well. We no need no wishing well. 'Cause it's Yah alone. Yashara, dash where the spell.
Kaya and them kingdom and grace are the best. Seek that first and his righteousness. Then you will know say you're blessed. But your sins you must first confess. And seek your repentance next. I are overall.
Yashara, Yah is calling you back home. Yashara, all praise go to Yah alone. Yashara, Yah is calling you back home. Yashara, all praise go to Yah alone.
Yasha Yah on my name. Yah above all me clear. Over the world money and fear. Bag of money car and chain. Me nah left my soul drain. Cause me coming out the most high name. no Stokes, no shame. Yahusha the Son and above all, yeah, me proclaim.
Yah is calling you back home. Yah Sharel, all praise due to Yah alone. Yah Sharel, Yah is calling you back home. Yah Sharel.
Praise Yah. Sunstar Thunder Lightning says she want the link. Yasha, she want to buy that beautiful song. you can I don't got the, if you can get it, I'll try to leave it open if you can find it really quickly and post it for her, paste it for her, so she can get your song and the other beautiful songs. Praise Yah's holy name is rightful order. Yeah, I just felt like that was the Rayak that needed to be over the ending of this lesson, because that song is so soothing to your Rayak. It's and that's what needs to be done, because what happened to our ancestors was so destructive. It's there? Okay. Thank you. Praise Yah. That's the link, daughter of Yah. All right. Shalom, everyone. I love you all. I'll see y'all Sunday, Eastern Standard Time, about 8:30 p.m. on the Hebrew time. Shabbat, Shalom, from Messiah Assembly Ministries to all of you worldwide. All right. We love you all. Hold on, I'm trying to find. I ain't about to do my little man. Well, you know we keep it real, so I don't know why I feel so somber. Let me break my somber.
Bossy, you know what it is.
Let me just break my somber moment. I don't want us to end on no somber, no. Bussin', you know what it is. We busting all lies with the truth. All right. I love y'all. Go forth. Have a blessed Shabbat. Everyone worldwide, have a blessed Shabbat day. Have a blessed Sabbath day. Have a blessed seventh day. Go forth, be the light of the fire of Yah that you are. You are the light. Be the light of the fire that you are in the darkness. All right. Shabbat Shalom. I love you all. From Mashiach Assembly House of Yah.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again.
You are the precious, chosen people of the Most High.
You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our video, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He executes